Handheld 1 stream test. Handheld 1 stream test. Handheld 2 stream test. Handheld 2 stream test. Podium test for stream. Podium for stream test. Lav 1 stream test. Lav 1 stream test. Lav 2 stream test. Lav 2 stream test. Podium test for stream. Podium test for stream for the TriCaster. Podium test for the TriCaster. Podium test for the TriCaster. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not excited.
All right, if you'll take your seats. All right, let me give you a couple last-minute instructions for the judges and for the final round. In the final round, as in all the rounds throughout the last 2 days, only judges can ask questions, so please self-monitor yourself. You should have a name tag that says judge on it, but regardless, please, only judges ask questions. We have 3 runners with handheld mics that look like the mic I'm using now. We have 1 runner down here, Daniel, and 2 will be up above. We will try to, if you have a question for the team, please raise your hand, and we'll try to go around the room. Hopefully no one will dominate, and we'll try to give every part of the room a chance to ask questions. Please make your questions a question and not a statement. I know you guys after 3 days know how to do this. I know you've got opinions on all these startups probably, but please make your question a question and make it a constructive question for the team. Make your question brief as possible so we can get as many questions in as possible. Each team will have 25 minutes. You all can't see it, but we have a time clock here that's starting down, countdown at 25 minutes. It'll count down when it hits to 10. That means their 15-minute presentation is in, and we'll have 10 minutes for questions. And when the clock hits 0, that'll be the time up for each of the teams. So 25 minutes total for the team, 15 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of Q&A. Judges only. Please, we'll try to get you mic'd. We'll try to have the runner ask your question into the mic so that everyone can hear your question. So that'll make it go more smoothly, and so we'll try to do that. So we got a runner up there with a mic, and I think, yep, and a runner, in the other corner with a mic, super, and one down here. All right, with that, I think we're ready to get started. Yeah. How about a round of applause for all the finalists before we get started? All right, so the first startup company that's presenting in the 2022 Rice Business Plan Competition Finals is Untitled Health from Harvard University. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alice Dang, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Untitled Health.
I'm Angel Wong, and I lead business development for Untitled Health. And we're here to let you into our unique insight into the $18 billion mental health care market for people of color. Simply put, therapy without considering culture is like a shot in the dark. It just doesn't work. But take it from one of our customers, Lily. Lily is a 28-year-old Korean American born and raised in New York. And given her bicultural identity, she's wrestled with competing values her entire life. She's also struggled with depression. Once at the family dinner table, she burst out crying uncontrollably in front of her parents. And you know what her father's response was? We should take you to an ophthalmologist to get your eyes checked. Now you can imagine how this exacerbated her sense of misunderstanding and depression, but she wanted to get better. She went and sought help, but she cycled through 5 different therapists because they recommended solutions from a Western worldview. She felt increasingly hopeless until she found a niece and started getting tailored support. Lily is not alone. For people of color in the United States, they are 50% less likely to stop going to therapy, especially after the first session. In fact, people of color are actually 2 to 3 times less likely to even get care in the first place because of a variety of reasons. And this translates into massive financial and social consequences for all of us. Financially, employers spend $15,000 annually per employee experiencing mental illness, and this translates into over $280 billion to the U.S. healthcare system due to increased emergency room hospitalizations and admissions. And there are devastating social consequences. Did you know that Asian young adults are the only racial demographic in the United States with suicide as the leading cause of death? At my undergrad at Columbia University, 7 students committed suicide over a 5-month period, and all of them were people of color except for 1. This means we need a targeted solution now more than ever, with the over 700% increase in racially motivated hate crimes and discrimination throughout the pandemic. So everyone has a smartphone here. If y'all were to take out your phone and Google psychologist, what do you think would pop up? Well, we saved you a little bit of Googling and just shown it here. This is literally a screenshot. Now, famous names, Freud, Piaget, Pavlov and his dogs, we all know them. And undeniably, they are the founding fathers of psychology. But it just shows how the current clinical care of psychiatric interventions has been developed from a Western worldview. And this is supported by empirical data. Less than 7% of patients that have been used to do the research to set the standard of care have been with people of color. And this is really interesting when you combine it with the fact that by 2044, more than half of the US population will belong to an ethnic minority. So that's nice, but what does all of this mean? This means that we need a new standard of care, culturally adapted intervention. Psychotherapy that has been modified to include the impact of culture has been proven empirically to be 5 times more effective than conventional forms of treatment or no treatment at all.
And that's why we created Anise Health, the gold standard of mental health care for people of color. We unlock value in 2 main ways. First, on our clinical care side, we develop and validate treatment pathways designed specifically to drive long-term well-being for ethnic minorities living in a majority culture. We offer a holistic suite of mental health care services on our secure, HIPAA-compliant, web and mobile-based applications. Our services include online therapy, coaching, digital self-service contents, alternative medicine like mindfulness and yoga, as well as community support groups. And our clinicians in our network are the key to the delivery of these services. We certify and train all of our clinicians in cultural sensitivity and offer them continuing education to ensure strong, consistent quality. And then on our technology side, we're building a large mental health care data set for people of color in mental health treatments. This data powers our inclusive machine learning model that allows us to pinpoint which exactly the treatments we should use to drive the best outcome for each individual. And this has a flywheel effect, where the accuracy of a recommendation increases as we scale, creating a competitive moat. So how does it work? When our customers come onto our platform, they complete an intake questionnaire, which allows us to understand their unique needs. Then they log into their portal and will be matched to 2 to 3 Anise clinicians. They can schedule a free trial consult to make sure that it's a good match. Once they confirm, they pay their monthly subscription price and start their personalized treatment right on our secure telehealth platform. They'll receive ongoing support, progress tracking, progress reports, as well as additional resources in between their session to support their long-term well-being. We've done a meta-analysis of treatment data collected by Anise's Chief Clinical Officer, Dr. Hong. And we've proven that the Anise care model outperforms benchmark by 2x for the treatment of depression and by 30% for anxiety. This research allowed us to gain differentiated clinical insights about our beachhead market, the Asian population, which we've incorporated into our care model. For example, we incorporate more psychoeducation upfront and integrate coaching between therapy sessions. As well, we include family dynamic issues as well as bicultural tensions as a part of our treatment scope, and take a more solution-focused therapy approach, especially in beginning stages of therapy, and recommend alternative medicine over medication. We've also seen very promising data from our own customers on the Anise platform. We've launched our MVP in 3 states, California, New York, and Massachusetts, serving Asian clients largely between ages 18 and 35. Across the nearly 100 sessions completed on our platform, we've seen a 98% retention rate, indicating extremely high engagement with our program. And despite the heterogeneity of the Asian client mix we served, we saw very great clinical outcomes, where our customers on average, experienced 30% improvements in symptoms measured by clinical scales assessing levels of depression, anxiety, and stress just after the 4 sessions. And interestingly, we saw that 3/4 of our users had used therapy in the past but were dissatisfied and turned from other solutions offered by their employers or insurance, but also 1/4 of our users were first-time therapy users, which is exciting as it speaks to Anis's ability to expand the pie. So the feedback from our users have been overwhelmingly positive, indicating a strong product market fit. 97% of our clients said they would recommend us to their friends, and we've retained all of our clinicians thus far. We're also getting early validation from businesses, which is our core customer. We recently won awards at a Google mental health competition in which we pitched Anis as a solution for large employers to support the mental well-being of their minority employees. And through further conversations, we're hearing that they're excited to adopt Anis after seeing a 4x ROI on their investments into employee mental health care benefits. And when we look across the competitive landscape, the value proposition offered by Anis way surpasses any of the other category players. The most common alternative to Anis is also the most antiquated, used by 60% of those seeking therapy. They are the traditional mental health directories, access through your insurance networks and EAP programs, which are not tech-enabled, they have very limited availability, and see very low engagement. The next wave of innovation came in the form of one-size-fits-all digital mental health solutions. However, even if these companies try to expand their services to people of color, they lack the expertise and data to offer tailored care that actually improves outcomes. And then finally, there are these players in the market like Hurdle and Ayana that brand themselves as innovative, culturally competent mental health care providers. However, their approach hinges on matching therapists of color with people of color, which has 2 main issues. First, this model is not scalable given the limited availability of therapists of color. And 2, when you look at the literature, research actually shows that ethnic matching actually has very low correlation with outcomes. So Anis is the only player that is taking a bottoms-up approach of developing a care model which we validate in these communities of color. And our competitive moat will come from 2 main areas. First, our machine learning algorithm that allows us to provide the best and most targeted care. And second is our brand, capitalizing on the fact that we're the first to market targeting these communities and being the go-to brand for people seeking mental health care services. So despite our focus, we service an extremely large and growing market driven by the increase in the population of people of color from the current 130 million, or 40% of overall population, to 180 million by 2040. Anis services the $18 billion market on private pay for mental health care services for people of color. And our analyses show that even our initial target on Asian American population represents a $4 billion opportunity.
We follow our go-to-market strategy follows a distinct B to C to B approach, where we are deliberately going direct to consumers to collect user feedback, build a best-in-class product, and reach our first milestone of validating our clinical model with established published data. After we reach that milestone, we plan on scaling exclusively via the B2B channel, where we will pilot small programs with enterprises that have a dedicated DEI program and initiatives. We already have seen strong traction, where we have over 180 users in our wait list waiting for our beta launch, as well as over 120 providers in our curated network. We are also already in conversations with 4 large enterprises to launch paid pilot programs later this year. Our cost of customer acquisition is extremely low given our strategic partnerships model. We've built alliances with 9 Asian affinity professional organizations and social networks to provide word-of-mouth referrals. We're also building out relationships with primary care providers who work with people of color. This means that our current reach already taps into over 200,000 potential users, over 250 potential enterprise customers, and over 5,000 providers.
So in our current B2C phase, our business model follows a tiered monthly subscription plan. We charge our users at market rate of around $250 per month for 4 sessions. Our services are eligible for FSA and HSA benefits to reduce the financial burden on our users, and we will eventually become in-network with payers. Our therapists are 1099 contractors whom we reimburse on a per session basis. And by titrating our core services across the different tiers of subscription, we drive a healthy margin of 40% on a unit basis. And notably, our margins improve as our patients get better and move down in the lower acuity subscription tier. In the B2B phase, we will take a pay-per-use model where employers will pay us per active employee per month on our platform. According to our user interviews, this will allow us to coexist with incumbent mental health care benefits. This is our team. We are extremely committed to expanding access to high-quality mental health care for people of color. My co-founder Nisha and I met as classmates at Harvard Business School. Nisha has experience as an investment associate at Ethereum, a healthcare-focused PMVC fund, after which she worked as a senior product manager at Humana, where she led product development in behavioral health space. I experienced a very close friend attempt suicide when I was younger, which led me to major in neuroscience in my undergrad and get certified as a health and wellness coach. Our clinical program is directed by Dr. Janie Hong, who is a key opinion leader in the space with over 20 years of experience. She's a clinical associate director at Stanford and leads the training program for the postdoctoral clinical psychology fellows. Our CTO, Raparty, has over 20 years of experience in software engineering for various digital health ventures, in many of which he took the product from zero to exit. And we're supported by an incredible board of advisors, including Satish, who's a serial healthcare entrepreneur and HBS professor in entrepreneurship, as well as Matt and Kathy, who has extensive experience with enterprise sales as well as payer partnerships at leading mental health care companies. We're targeting to hit 3 key milestones in the next 12 months. First, getting our clinical model validated with the 1,000 sessions completed on our platform and getting those findings published. Second, expanding our services to all communities of color. And finally, entering the B2B space by securing our first paid enterprise pilot program. We believe that this progress and data will set us up for a successful seed raise mid-next year. And according to our roadmap, we will start generating recurring revenue this month and hit $300,000 in sales by the end of the year. We expect to serve 500 customers with an average lifetime of 6 months. And given our unique advantage in low-cost customer acquisition and treatment longevity, we expect our LTV to CAC ratio to exceed 7x. We project to hit $1.7 million in sales next year through our efforts to expand our B2B business, and we will continue reinvesting all of our profits into the growth of our business until our key inflection point in 2025, at which point we will focus exclusively on the B2B channel to scale and become profitable. So we are seeking $750,000 in our pre-seed funding, which will give us 12 to 15 months of runway. Our main uses funds include product development, clinical research operations, as well as sales, marketing, and G&A. We've secured $425,000 to date from institutions and strategic angels, and we hope you will join us in our journey to empower everyone to live an authentic and flourishing life.
Thank you very much.
All right, questions. Bob.
Yes. Please, Bob.
Here it comes.
Can you address the risk of depending on a 1099 workforce that you really kind of describe as your secret sauce? Your 1099 workforce is probably already in other telehealth platforms and your competitors. How do you create a value proposition for this key part of your company?
Yeah, great question.
Thank you for the question, Bob. So for therapists, multi-tenanting has been a very common practice, even before the emergence of these digital health players. They often have a full-time job at a hospital or community-based organization, as well as work on their private practice on the side. So this is a very common model that's used. For us, our key value proposition to our clinicians is the training that we offer. Just because a clinician can empathize with the problems faced by communities of color in the country, it really doesn't mean they know the proper treatment tactics to resolve those problems, because it simply isn't taught in their training program right now. So we're developing our own training program led by Dr. Janie Hong through her 20 years of research, getting that training accredited for their continuing education credits. And we're also building a community of clinicians through monthly consultation groups that we offer. And our strategy is creating a network effect around our clinician community, whereby first we're onboarding the leading clinicians, the experts, which will draw more and more clinicians come onto our platform. And as you know, Bob, peer consult is a big part of how these clinicians learn. And we've heard over and over again from these private practice therapists that they're longing for that, which they don't get in their private practice. Also, on the employment model, we're starting out with a 1099 because of the utilization issue, but once we ramp up, we would consider hiring the key and top therapists in-house to just make sure the quality is high and we have those supplies secured.
And competitors reimburse therapists around rates of $30 an hour. By being able to bring them on as full-time employees, we could give them competitive pricing at market rates.
I think I saw Paul.
There's a microphone if you would like it.
Did I take your role of?
You said one of your competitive advantages is an algorithm that matches and targets. How do you think about managing the risk of any legal challenges from racial profiling? Because I could see there being a situation where a certain demographic will be targeted towards, a certain type of service or higher rates or things like that. So how do you manage that?
Well, data privacy and security is absolutely critical. We have to remember therapists are HIPAA compliant, so any of the medical notes that are taken in the treatment, they are completely exclusive and confidential between the patient and them. We are thinking about ways to potentially monetize data with our CTO Reparty, but all of our databases within the Anise platform are completely secure.
Yeah, so we're storing the data in a HIPAA compliant way, de-identified, fully anonymized. But I do understand the risk, and I think it's important to build in the checkpoints and the ethical consideration points in every step of what we do. So it will be reflected in our clinician training, in the vetting process, as well as some of the more check-in processes. Hi.
Brett.
Back there, Charles. Hi. I guess following up on Robert's question, do you see any way to monetize the value of your training and your cultural orientation as opposed to just the clinical side?
Coming from Harvard University, where we've seen a lack of an opportunity, let's just say, there's absolutely a route where we could be able to actually sell this as proprietary training software to universities, to potentially different parts of the government sector. Once we actually open up that B2B model where we've demonstrated proof of concept with enterprises, there's actually a variety of software applications where you can use this as educational material for large clients. So yes, universities, government sector clients are all opportunities we would consider.
Yeah, you touch on, sorry, just to supplement, you touch on a really great point. We're getting our training modules accredited for their continuing education credits, which therapists typically pay a few $100s for the course. So this will provide us ancillary income in the time that we're ramping up, and we're also getting inquiries from different university counseling centers for these kinds of culturally responsive training for the therapists. So, yeah.
I'll come back over to Barbara.
Thank you. So you're building a repository of data, right, using machine learning and AI. And you're going to take this repository, and I'm not exactly sure what you're going to do with it, but it's going to define best practices in some way. I guess you're going to interpret that data with algorithms. So are you going to use it for training your therapists, or do you envision creating a bot that can act in the form of a clinician?
Yeah, so
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Your question is more around what are we going to do with the data? How exactly is it going to help? So, and also, are we building a bot? Okay. So the data that we're collecting right now are correlating our patients' diagnoses, their demographic background, as well as their preference for therapists, and the actual treatment pathway, which includes a holistic suite of offering, like I mentioned. So the data will help us eventually recommend a personalized combination of these treatments that we think will lead to the best outcomes for that individual. So that algorithm will be proprietary to us. And the clinician training piece is more about getting them to the right level of expertise that they can fully service the clients on our platform.
So, yeah, Becky actually asked a similar question before. These recommendations will be given to the providers. We can't actually give them directly to the patients because that would qualify us as a digital therapeutic, and that needs to go through FDA regulation. But by providing these tailored recommendations to the providers, who can then pass along and further customize them with the patients, we don't need to be FDA regulated.
But there's also definitely opportunities to create digital content based on the data that we're gathering. So we're really creating a first of its kind of data set that allows us to see the common struggles, what are the needs of these communities, and what types of interventions and what types of psychoeducation and content are helpful for them. And over time, these content can be created into modular content and offered in combination with the one-on-one sessions to make the model more and more scalable, but we need more data before we can create these content.
There's a question over here, and then come up there.
I've got a question just about your pricing model and LTV that I was a little confused about the math and some of those numbers. Your LTV is based on $250 a month for 6 months.
Yeah.
And then when you talked about your retention rate, it was 80% of people got to complete 4 sessions. And then it was $250 for 4 sessions, but also $250 a month.
Yep.
So I'm a little confused about whether it's, could people do all 4 sessions in 1 month and be done? Or is it 4 sessions a month for however many months you want to stay on? And how does that, doesn't seem that translates into the LTV based on your attrition rate and those. Can you just clear that up a little bit?
Yeah, so the retention rate that we've seen is 98% across the 4 sessions we offered. We capped our MVP to 4 sessions, given we were doing them in between our MBA summer programs. So still jury's out on how long our clients will continue subscribing. But when we look at the industry average, people stay on therapy for over a year. So we're conservatively estimating 6 months on our platform, and we're seeing basically everyone completing the first month, so we'll get the actual data as we go. But the CAC number that we're basing this calculation on is our marketing budget for year 1 and the number of customers that we expect to acquire, which is 500.
So is it 4 sessions a month for however many months you want to be on?
Exactly.
Yes.
Because it sounded like it was $250 for the 4 sessions, and you can take however.
Yep. And just for pricing benchmark, I pay out of pocket $150 per session. We know that with the Asian demographic and with first-time users, it's very price sensitive. So we have, basically our model goes down to $75 per session. It's very attractive, and there's upside to increase pricing to be competitive to the market too.
All right, I think we're out of time. I know there were more questions, but we're out of time. How about one round of applause for Anise Health? Okay, let's get started. If everybody will take their seats. I will start calling out names shortly. All right. All right, so we have two more presentations, and then we'll take a 30-minute break. So you'll have some time to stretch your legs after the next two presentations. All right, so here we go. The third of the presenters this afternoon, the third finalist. It's my pleasure to introduce Evd from the Technical University of Munich. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie von Schönberg, PhD student at the Technical University of Munich and Chief Scientific Officer and founding member of Evd.
And I am Franziska Wenzig, Chief Development Officer and founding member of Evd. We are from TUM, sometimes referred to as the MIT of Europe.
We are solving the problem of bacteria resistance to antibiotics because we must. For the longest time in human history, infectious diseases, and more specifically, infections with bacteria, were the leading cause of death. When Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin in 1928, he changed the course of human history. Antibiotics have saved millions of lives. Today, 4 out of 5 US citizens take antibiotics every year, and they rely on them to cure things like a cold or a cut in your hand that became infected. So what if one day these antibiotics don't work anymore? This is happening right now, every day, all around us. Bacteria are mutating and learning to evade antibiotics. They are becoming resistant. In the US alone, almost 3 million antibiotic-resistant infections are diagnosed each year. 35,000 Americans die every year because antibiotics don't work anymore. And by 2050, it is predicted that antibiotic-resistant bacteria could kill 10 million people a year. That is 25% more than all forms of cancer combined, if we do nothing. If we want to prevent going back to a pre-Alexander Fleming, pre-antibiotic era, we need to act now. The good news is there is a solution. It was discovered more than 100 years ago, and it is a simple virus. A virus called Bacteriophage, or just phage for short. Phages are the natural enemies of bacteria. They are biological particles that can be found everywhere in nature. This is what a phage actually looks like under a really strong microscope. Phages work like tiny guided missiles. They find the bacterium, they attach themselves to the bacterium and inject their genetic material into the bacterium. Now comes the hostile takeover. The phage forces the bacterium to stop everything it's doing, like eating and producing the energy it needs to live. The phages begin to replicate inside the bacterium instead. In the end, the bacterium bursts open and dies, releasing thousands of new phage particles without any side effects. This is bacteria growing under a microscope. And now we add phages. The phages infect the bacteria and kill them. Phages can be used as drugs to treat bacterial infections, even if the bacteria have become resistant to every antibiotic we know. Antibiotics work like a sledgehammer. They kill every bacteria they find, even the good ones. Phages, on the other hand, are highly specific. If we choose the right phage, it will only kill the bad bacteria that cause a disease and leave all the beneficial ones intact. One more great thing about phages. Phages are completely incapable of harming human cells, making them very safe. These two qualities of phages, high specificity to target only the bacteria that cause a disease and no toxic effect towards human cells, makes them perfect to use as drugs. And since their discovery more than a century ago, phages have been used to treat bacterial infections. But the current technology to produce these phage drugs is laborious and complex, and it has not evolved for the past 100 years. As a result, there has been no widespread use of phage therapy to date. Innovation is needed to make phage therapy widely available, and voila, that is precisely what we have done. Traditionally, phages are produced inside bacteria. Using live bacteria as a production method is not only very complicated, it also creates impurities in the phage product. And the yield is limited because extensive processing is necessary to get rid of these impurities. This makes the whole process very costly. When phages replicate inside bacteria, they hijack the cellular replication machinery to produce new phages, and this ultimately kills the bacteria. We at Invitrus have created Factory, a cell-free phage replication system in a tube. Factory works like a factory for phages. It uses synthetic DNA as a blueprint to produce phages. We are the first to create such a versatile system that we can produce any phage we want in a single system. Our platform generates 100 times higher yields with 50 times less impurities compared to the conventional method. As a result, phage production with Factory is 10 times cheaper. Our team is the first to create new types of synthetic phage combinations. Our innovative platform technology uses principles from synthetic biology to isolate, modify, and manufacture bacteriophages, thereby overcoming all the limitations of conventional phage production. Unlike with the conventional method, we do not need a unique and new production process for every new phage drug. We simply add DNA to Factory to produce a phage. We add a different DNA to produce a different phage in the same system. There is one more distinct advantage to Factory. By combining DNA from different phages, we can create new types of highly efficient synthetic phage combinations, as simple as putting together Lego blocks. This is Factory. We can design a phage on the computer, produce its DNA, and add it to Factory. Factory is the only system to efficiently generate synthetic phage combinations at higher yields and with higher purity than any other method. 1 trillion phages in one drop, perfect clinically grade material. We will leverage Factory to develop a family of drugs that will validate our platform technology.
Meet Ella, who suffers from severe cystic fibrosis, which causes thick mucus to form in her lungs, making it very hard for her to breathe. Ultimately, this mucus would have led to resistant infections which could have killed Ella. Her doctors sought unconventional treatment options. Ella was very lucky. A specific phage for her bacterium was found at Yale University and she could be cured. This success story was even featured in the New York Times. That was our aha moment. What if phage drugs could be designed, developed, and produced faster? Then more patients like Ella, who are most at risk from antibiotic-resistant bacteria, could be cured. We are using Factory to create our first inhalable product, which we call Phagomonas, a new type of phage that can target multiple strains of Pseudomonas aeruginosa, one of the deadliest bacteria in chronic lung diseases such as cystic fibrosis. Factory is the only technology where a single process is sufficient to produce any phage to kill any bacteria at the highest yield and purity achieved in the industry. We have validated our technology at lab scale, and we could already demonstrate that we can reduce the time of discovering a new phage drug from around 3 years to less than 1. We have a significant IP portfolio, having filed for 3 patents that cover the generation, modification, and DNA production for phages. Also, we signed a contract with our university that grants exclusive and global access to all IP of Factory and Phagomonas in perpetuity. We will further expand our IP portfolio by patenting the composition, therapeutic mechanisms, DNA production, and devices needed to apply phages safely and effectively to patients. The market potential for drugs like Phagomonas is huge. Just for lung infections, the market size is valued at $4 billion. We will continue to develop new phage drugs for other lung infections triggered by other bacteria. Once we validate our technology in lung infections, we will develop new phage drugs for other indications, such as urinary tract infections and infections in diabetic foot ulcers. The value inflection point for most pharma startups is when they reach proof of concept in human beings through clinical phase 2 trials. In 2026, we aim at having completed clinical phase 2 trial with our first drug, Phagomonas. Additionally, we will have completed clinical phase 1 for our second drug product, and we will be at preclinical stage for several follow-on drugs. Going through clinical phase 1 and 2 trials usually takes $20 to $50 million, but going through clinical phase 3 is at least 10 times more expensive. That is the reason why Big Pharma usually acquires promising startups after clinical phase 2 trial, which we aim in 2026. Phagomed, a Vienna-based phage startup, was recently acquired at preclinical stage for $170 million. But a startup that has gone until clinical phase 2 has a much higher value. Our journey started in 2018 at the world's biggest student competition in synthetic biology, iGEM. Out of 350 teams, we came away with 6 awards, including Best Entrepreneurship. And in 2019, we received a non-dilutive grant of $1.6 million from the German federal government. We have proven the versatility of our platform technology by producing more than 20 different phage species, some of which you can see here. And we use one single production system for all these phages. Everyone else would need 20 different production systems. This is real, not some theoretical simulation. Our phages are actually killing antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Here, you can see different Pseudomonas bacteria isolated from infected patients and cultivated on Petri dishes. And now we add Phagomonas. After just 8 hours, the bacteria are kaput. And you see a clearing of the plate in the marked red circle, which is where we added Phagomonas, now killing the bacteria. While developing our first drug, Phagomonas, we collected over 400 samples from infected patients from all over the world and tested our phages on those samples. And we killed over 99% of all the antibiotic-resistant bacteria in the lab. Our next step is to finally compose and test Phagomonas in animals. Our success enabled us to acquire a second non-dilutive grant of $600,000 from the German federal government and to win several business plan competitions in Europe. To achieve proof of concept in human beings, we estimate that we will need 3 funding rounds, starting with our seed financing round this year, a seed round of $3 million, which will get us through preclinical preparation and validation of human clinical trials. Our goal is to formulate Phagomonas into an inhalable medicine that we will validate through those clinical trials. Some of our requirements could be raised through non-dilutive capital from organizations such as CARB-X, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the European Innovation Council. Recently, some major deals have been closed for phage-related drugs. Locus Biosciences signed an $800 million deal with Janssen, a J&J company, to develop new phage drugs. As mentioned earlier, Phagomed was acquired at preclinical stage for $170 million. And recently, 4 major pharmaceutical companies, Roche, MSD, Boehringer, and Shionogi, jointly initiated an incubator program for antibacterials. Those companies are investing heavily into this space and see the promise of phage therapy. As Invitris is part of this incubator program, we are well connected to all of them. Our main asset is our team. I'm Franziska Winzig, graduate student at the TUM and currently interning at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut.
I am Sophie von Schönberg, responsible for phage engineering while conducting my PhD on the side. Dr. Kilian Vogele is the initiator and chief technology officer of Invitris, having completed his PhD on cell-free phage manufacturing. He is leading the team together with Dr. Patrick Großmann. Patrick conducted his PhD at Harvard Medical School in addition to his MBA and is now CEO of Invitris. The team is completed by Dr. Victoria Krei, Chief Regulatory Officer and responsible for all the aspects of clinical development of Phagomonas. We are Invitros, here to raise a seed financing round of 3 million. Please join us in creating phages to kill deadly bacteria before they kill us. Thank you.
All right, down, Robert, right down here. You want to wait till comes the mic.
Are you USC Corp? Are you based in Germany? What's the location issue?
We are currently based in Germany. If we should get US investment, we'll be happy to form a US entity that can hold the German operative entity. And we know that forming a Delaware C Corp has worked very, very well for German companies, such as last year's RBPC finalist FiberCode.
Yeah. Yep, back here.
I have a quick comment about what you're trying to achieve here. Bacteriophages
Please
are...
make it a question in the form of a question, if you would, versus a comment.
That's a question. That's first a comment, sir. Bacteriophages are all around us. They live inside us, outside, as well as outside. How do you tackle this in that category, and what are the investors asking you for this specific question?
Excuse me, could you reframe that question, please?
So bacteriophages are all around us, and they also live within us.
Yes.
And they target all the deadly bacteria within our body. So how are you targeting? What is the philosophy behind you doing what you're doing when our bodies are already fighting and resisting these bacteria?
Well, if we have a bacterial infection that cannot be treated by antibiotics anymore, then our body cannot handle the infection anymore. That's why antibiotics are prescribed. But if antibiotics don't work anymore, then bacteriophages can be an option to treat these patients.
Yeah, question in the center area.
I was wondering amongst the experts, what's the consensus on this approach of using phages versus other just broad approaches to attacking superbugs?
Thank you for the question. So, because antibiotic resistance is shaping up to be such a big problem, we believe that phages are one part of the solution. And there are many other solutions currently in development. But we believe that with our technology, we can bring a phage drug to the market very soon and help really sick patients.
Yep, down here, Eric. Here it comes.
Was this new method of manufacturing and producing these custom-tailored phages, was that all invented and created by everyone on your team? Or were there other people who have also invented similar kinds of technology? How did the invention happen, and the development of the ability to produce the phages in this way? And are there other people trying to do something similar? And what is exactly unique and protectable about what y'all are doing?
Okay, that's a lot of questions in one. So. First of all, we have protected on several. Sorry, we are protecting our technology on several levels, which is why we think that our IP portfolio is really strong in protecting our core assets. The levels we are protecting our technology at is first of all factory itself, but also, for example, the DNA production method. All these patents, the inventors on all these patents are from our team, and we have exclusive access to these patents. Could you please remind me of the second part of your question? I'm very sorry.
I guess competitively, are there other ways of manufacturing phages in a similar way that have been developed by other people, and what does that look like?
Okay. Conventional. Okay, so we don't know of anyone doing what we are doing since we are protecting it by our IP. Competitors looking to use phage therapy are all producing their phages in the conventional method that we showed in our presentation. And their problem is that for every new phage drug, they need a new production process. They need to go through process development over and over again, while we can use the same process to produce a lot of different phages, which essentially shortens development time for the drugs.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, one up there. Are there any diseases where you could get emergency use authorization and shorten your approval time through phase 1 and phase 2?
So this disease we're currently targeting with our first drug is infections in cystic fibrosis patients. So the patients are chronically sick, and at some point they have antibiotic-resistant infections, and we want to treat those. We are trying to shorten the path to market and to go through clinical development as fast as possible by already preparing all the clinical trials, by talking to the European regulatory agency as well as the FDA, and by working with highly experienced consultants on regulatory issues to help us to go through all of this as fast as possible.
Yeah, David.
Is your real innovation that you can reproduce the bacteriophages 100 times faster, or is it the fact that you can combine the genetics and create new bacteriophages?
It's a bit of both. So that's the great thing about our technology. It does both. It makes the production safer and cheaper. It shortens the development time of drugs, not just the production itself. And it allows us to create new types of phages that are unachievable by the conventional method.
Yeah, up here, and then we'll come down.
So I think we talked about this earlier, and great job presenting again, by the way, but this is like a cocktail of phages, very different than the cocktail I'll be drinking later, but many different phages that are part of the treatment. So could you kind of talk about this? Is it a spectrum that will treat a specific type of bacteria? So you need to have like 100 different types of phages and what the patient is getting, and talk about, I guess, how your technology will make the development of those cocktails, I guess, more efficient than your competition.
Thank you very much for the question. You are completely right. In order to treat one disease caused by bacteria, which is not caused by 100 of the same bacteria, but by 100,000 slightly different bacteria, you do need a cocktail of phages. But that's exactly the issue with the conventional production method. The yield is limited, so in order to combine enough phages into a cocktail, at some point you would exceed the amount of drug that you can give a patient safely. So because we achieve higher yields, that's the first reason why we can create more efficient cocktails. The second reason is the production of synthetic phage combinations, which uses, you could say, synergistic effects to tackle the bacteria. So we actually can create more diversity in the bacteria our phages target with less phages.
And a question right here.
I'm just going to do a follow-on to that. For shortening the time to market, are you at all working with any defense departments or any other type of areas that could shorten the market through an emergency?
So we are actually working with several doctors from the German army in Berlin as well as in Munich, who are actively seeking to use phages for treatment. And this is Professor Christian Willi from the Hospital of the German Army. And he is actually part of a program in Germany that looks at changes in legislation to make phage therapy applicable faster, to make the regulatory process shorter.
I'm looking for the person in the orange who I don't see. There we go.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Just a quick question about the production of factory itself. Are there any risks inherent in that process?
You mean risks for the company or medical risks?
For the company.
Okay. So this is the production process of factory. To answer your question shortly, well, establishing a production is always a risk, but we are tackling this risk by already talking to contract manufacturing organizations. We are looking to outsource the production of factory to a highly experienced organization, and we are talking to several of those in Europe as well as in the US right now.
Yep, up here on in the front section. Yep, can you say who's going to get to you first? There you go.
Have you done any tests on whether there's a resistance that develops to the phages themselves? Once you do the, are you using CRISPR to do any of the changing of the DNA or anything like that?
No. So we actually have a IP-protected DNA production method that also allows us to modify the DNA, should we choose to do so. To answer the first part of your question, yes, phages also, so bacteria also get resistance to phages, but the way we combine these synthetic phage combinations that are only possible with factory actually reduces the resistance formation significantly.
All right, I think we're out of time. Thank you guys very much.
Just look for the allies in the audience. We got a lot.
If y'all will take your
Yeah.
seats.
Yeah. Okay, Benji and Lena are right there.
As a reminder, tonight we will be at the Marriott Marquis Hotel. For those of you who've signed up for the awards banquet, it's been a few years, well, since we've been anywhere, but a few years longer since we've been at the Marriott Marquis. That's downtown near the George R. Brown Convention Center. The company showcase starts at 6 o'clock, so you'll have a chance to grab a glass of wine and walk around and talk to the 42 companies some more. And then the dinner, we will all be seated at 7 o'clock for the awards. So 6 o'clock for the reception and company showcase, 7 o'clock for dinner and the awards at the Marriott Marquis, downtown Houston. All right, so we have our fourth startup presenter right now. This will take a 30-minute break at the end of this presentation. So the fourth startup to present this year in the final round is Lymphocenst from Johns Hopkins University.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here. So my name is Hunter Hutchinson and I am the CEO of Lymphocents, and we have an incredible team on stage with us today. And our mission is to enable life-changing lymphedema screening for breast cancer patients and beyond. So I'm joined by my co-founder, Jen, who is a mechanical engineer. And then I myself have 4 years of medical device industry experience. And we are having Ignacio with us as well. He's an amazing Fulbright scholar with experience researching the lymphatic system, as well as Zach, who is a general surgery resident at Stony Brook University Hospital. We also have in the audience with us our teammates Benji and Lena. And Benji has expertise in electrical engineering and sensors, and Lena has expertise in breast cancer research. And we are all graduate students at Johns Hopkins University. That's our team. So a breast cancer patient's biggest fear is their cancer coming back. But their second biggest fear is developing the chronic condition of lymphedema. And this fear is rational, because actually 20% of women diagnosed with breast cancer will develop lymphedema as a result of their cancer treatment. So what is lymphedema? Lymphedema is a chronic and progressive vascular disease that's caused by damage to the lymphatic system. And we need the lymphatic system to flush out toxins and to fight infection. But it can become damaged during cancer treatment, such as surgery to lymph nodes, radiations in those same areas, and then also chemotherapy as well. Right now in the US, 800,000 women suffer from breast cancer-related lymphedema, and each year, more than 40,000 women will develop it. Ultimately, lymphedema becomes completely debilitating if it's left untreated. It develops in stages, and you can see at the later stages of the disease, a patient's arm swells many times its original size with fluid, and their tissue becomes permanently remodeled into fat and fibrosis. But ultimately, no matter what stage of this disease a patient has, their life can become completely disrupted by and driven by caring for this disease. Because lymphedema management is a lifelong commitment. It can be some patients' full-time job. Look at everything they have to do. They go to physical therapy many times a week. They have to have layers and layers of compression garments, even wearing a compression sleeve sometimes 23 hours a day, sleeping in one at night too. They have pneumatic compression pumps to move fluid, and they're very, very susceptible to infections like cellulitis, which can lead to life-threatening hospitalizations. A patient would be lucky if they had all of these interventions, but most patients are not able to afford all of this. And all of this results in $8,000 in direct insurance claims annually per patient for the rest of their life. So how can we prevent patients from getting to this place? Well, we know that early intervention leads to superior clinical outcomes. However, right now, patients are only going to their doctor's office after they experience outward symptoms like swelling or tingling along their arm. And at this point, it's already too late. Treatment is not as effective as it could have been if the disease was detected earlier. So this is why we've created Lymphocenst. With Lymphocenst, we hope to detect the earliest warning signs of lymphedema so that patients can then be referred to short-term compression therapy, which has been clinically proven to reduce the disease progression and even halt it in some patients. And a recent breakthrough research trial has shown just this. Using a sensitive detection like bioimpedance compared to a tape measure, which is the standard of care, is very, very sensitive to actually pick up those earliest disease signs when treatment is most effective. And this breakthrough study actually showed that more than half of patients were able to be prevented from having a chronic long-term condition of lymphedema. So Lymphocenst is very superior to anything that's on the market now. Our main competitor is actually the tape measure. And any existing company that does provide early detection, well, their devices are exceedingly expensive. Even well-resourced hospitals cannot purchase them. They are very, very bulky, and they are limited to use in a clinic setting alone. This is why we have developed Lymphocenst. We check all of these boxes, and we are the only solution that provides early detection in an affordable manner, and most importantly, in a home care setting. Lymphocenst has been designed with patients in mind. We've created a sensor and single-use electrodes that patients can use to take quick tissue measurements in the comfort of their own home. And we have built this platform of biosensors to transfer information via Bluetooth to a mobile application on patients' phones and to a web portal that physicians have access to. This way, information can be shared between those two stakeholders. So what happens with these analytics? Well, the real value here is that early detection enables referral to treatment. So once a patient's tissue measurements cross a certain threshold, the threshold of say 6.5%, as is the industry standard, their provider would get an alert that the lymphedema was developing. And from there, their provider can refer them to short-term compression therapy. In this way, we are really hoping to help streamline the care process for these patients. Lymphocenst is quite easy for patients to use. Think of it like a blood pressure cuff. You put it on, take a measurement, and then you take it off. You're done with it. It's not a full-term wearable device that patients wear all the time. We have envisioned Lymphocenst to be used most frequently directly following cancer treatment because that is when the risk of developing lymphedema is the greatest. They would take measurements 1 time per week for about 6 months following treatment. And then for the next 2.5 years, patients would take measurements with a frequency of just 1 time per month. And we recommend this monitoring period of 3 years because we know that 90% of lymphedema cases arise during this window after cancer treatment. And our customers have validated this need. We've conducted more than 70 one-on-one interviews with breast cancer patients and patients who do and do not have lymphedema, as well as the clinicians who take care of them. And 98% of patients surveyed have said they would use a lymphedema monitoring device. We have also done over 500 hours of ethnography, spending time with these patients, with their plastic surgeons, in their plastic surgery clinics, and at their physical therapy appointments, really hearing what they're going through and validating that our device is meeting their needs. And from day one, we have been lucky to involve prominent patient advocates in our development process, and we've heard directly from them that Lymphocenst is something that they want. One of our patient advocates, Alexa, actually told us, Lymphocenst would empower me to regain control of something that often feels outside of my control. And right now, market trends are on our side. Providers are commonly shifting towards a health-centered payer model where care actually is in the hands of the patient, and they are empowered to actually own their healthcare data. And the lymphedema patient population is a very self-driven population. Payers and people in charge of expanding codes for reimbursement, like the AMA, are expanding codes for home monitoring. Even in the last year, they added codes. And this shift has only been accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Patients worldwide are using their voice to build awareness for lymphedema, and ultimately it's gaining in momentum. In the last few years, a designation was released by the Lymphatic Education and Research Network for centers to become lymphedema centers of excellence, and this way they are becoming centers that provide care and prevention for lymphedema. And clinical evidence is building day by day that early detection is the way forward, and we hope to contribute to that clinical evidence. Our market is a $64 million entry market, and that is 10% penetration of the breast cancer population. When we expand from there, because we don't want to treat just breast cancer patients, there are other patients at risk of developing lymphedema. If you've had prostate cancer, gynecologic cancer, sarcoma, melanoma, you are also at risk of developing lymphedema. And if we are able to serve those patients, our market grows to $2 billion. In addition, our vision is to become the standard of care for lymphedema monitoring and detection. When we are able to treat and serve the 10 million Americans currently living with lymphedema, our market grows to $9.5 billion.
So our technology has been in development for more than 3 years, and we use 2 different sensing modalities. We use bioimpedance spectroscopy and near-infrared spectroscopy. So this technology used to be the size of a laptop computer, but with recent developments, we can now fit it in the palm of our hand. We have a provisional patent for this technology for the sensor and the electrode. And in-human results show that they kind of mirror our benchtop results, where impedance steadily decreases as fluid is introduced. These studies and this data collection was collected in collaboration with our industry partner, Baxter. So to validate this technology for lymphedema specifically, we're running the clinical study at Johns Hopkins this spring, and we'll be collecting data from 25 patients with lymphedema and 25 patients without lymphedema. So how are we going to bring this to market? Well, we have a clear clinical regulatory approval pathway, and we have a clear predicate device. We will submit our 510(k) application in 2024, and we validated this approach through conversations with the law firm Hogan Lovells. The feasibility and usability studies are straightforward, and we have a meeting with the FDA next week to review our pre-sub and to continue to validate this approach. Our product will be sold directly to clinics, with oncologists and surgeons prescribing it to their patients. The sensor device will be sold for $300, where manufacturing costs only cost $50. The patch and the patch themselves cost $10, but the manufacturing cost is only 50 cents. So we validated this pricing through conversations with customers and by determining their willingness to pay. We also are comparing it to other monitors where patients are monitoring themselves, such as glucose monitors, and that's how we're determining our price. Clinics will also be charged a software subscription fee of $38 per patient per month, and that's how we're going to do it. So Lymphocenst provides a compelling value to clinics, and we've determined this with our reimbursement consultant, where there's a CPT code that already exists for monitoring lymphedema. This CPT code is reimbursed by Medicare and private insurers at $140 and $190 per measurement. With our suggestion, clinics will be doing 36 measurements per patient over 3 years. So each clinic can earn $5,000 in profit per patient. For reference, the clinics that we're initially targeting see between 1,000 and 4,500 breast cancer patients per year. So this can earn these clinics anywhere from $3 million to $13 million in profit alone. By selling our sensor, electrode, and software subscription, our projected revenues show that by 2028 we will reach $25 million with just a 4% market capture. So how will we do this? Well, we're going to do a 3-tiered expansion strategy, starting with the Lymphedema Centers of Excellence. Now, these centers of excellence are aligned with the same the same institutions, like the leading research institutions in the country, such as MD Anderson across the street. So we also have early adopters that we've identified through our connections at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, the WellSpan Hospital in York, Pennsylvania, and the Stony Brook Hospital in New York. For seed funding, we're asking for $2.5 million for the next 3 years of development to finish our product development and our clinical validation. We'll submit our 510(k) application in 2024, and we anticipate we'll be profitable by 2026. We'll spend this money on product development and our clinical studies, along with paying our employees. Our value milestones that we're trying to hit include the in-human study, our design freeze, and the initial FDA testing that is required. We have already identified large medtech companies that may be able to acquire us, including Hologic, which is a large women's health company that already has products in the cancer space, in addition to other large medtech companies that do have products in lymphedema that are already doing major acquisitions right now. Our advisory board is incredible. Our industry advisors have extensive experience creating and selling medical tech startups. We also have clinical advisors that are world-class surgeons that see these patients every day. We also have patient advocates and influencers who are part of our product development, and they allow us access to their extensive followers and network. We know we are the right team to solve this problem, so help us protect the women in your life who will be treated for cancer. Thank you so much, and we can take your questions.
I got a question right here.
Yeah, so these guys here with us, they're here to answer our questions as well. So
right,
surgeon and expert over here.
There you go, over on this side. All right, one question over here.
Sure.
Hey, thanks again, great presentation. Just a quick question about the actual software. Could you speak to what the software actually does? Because just at first pass, it does seem like a basically $40 per test storage mechanism.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit if others want to chime in. So really what we're looking at is trends over time, and we're going to be looking at how do measurements over time change with that threshold of 6.5% difference. So the software is really going to be comparing the patient's tissue measurements, each of the combination of biosensors, that raw data into some type of index to actually measure itself over time. That's really the main purpose of the device.
All right, question up here on the close to the back.
Great presentation. In order to fulfill your value proposition, you need to detect lymphedema long before the onset of actual symptoms, so you need to be very sensitive. How do you account for sensor-to-sensor variation, different skin conditions like sweating, use of skin products or whatever? How do you calibrate?
Yeah, I can help answer that, and I'm sure Zach has something to say as well. So we are developing a protocol that the patients need to follow, so they'll measure themselves at the same location, and they'll measure themselves at a certain time of the day where we know that they're stable. Part of the study that we're running at Johns Hopkins is exploring that as well. So we're measuring not only patients with lymphedema and those without lymphedema, but we're measuring across multiple locations within the lymphedema patients. An advantage of the lymphedema population that doesn't have, for example, a double mastectomy is that one of the arms will present different than the other arm. So that can serve as their own control. All of this information we're exploring this summer. We have some preliminary results from previous publications that are out there, and we believe we can do it.
I would also like to add, I think it's so important to make sure that you're designing for all of your users. And so we have built in things like skin tone corrections, things like that into our sensors to make sure that this technology is equitable for everyone.
And then I guess just one final point is we've been essentially doing that through our benchtop testing. We have a modular model to simulate lymphedema where we can change different characteristics that we think will affect our measurements and get early signs of what will be most impactful.
Yep. Right here in the center.
Great presentation. Just curious if you could read back to us the reimbursement and what does it mean for the patient if there's any out of pocket or it's fully reimbursed?
Yeah, so our goal is for this to not be something patients have to pay for out of pocket. The model is really where clinicians are our direct customer purchasing the device for us, and then they recoup the cost through reimbursement associated with the measurements that they can do only with this device.
Cool. Yeah, no, let's just stay right there for a second.
Two questions. One is you mentioned the $38 a month for the software. How many months does a patient keep the need it for?
36. 36 months, yeah.
So 36 months times $38, right?
Yes.
And the other question I have is on the competitors. What's the pricing of the competitors you didn't mention in the competitor slide?
Right, so our only main commercial competitor is the company Impedimed with the Sozo device, which is also our predicate device. And their company, the capital cost required for a unit is around $10,000, and they bill a flat fee of $1,500 per month for their software. Right now there's only 770 units circulated worldwide. It's not widely used a lot of the time because of that intense capital cost.
Per patient?
Yes, per just one-time purchase of $10,000 for the actual scale itself. Yep.
Yeah. Question back up here.
Would you mind elaborating a little bit more about the IP and the ownership of that?
Sure.
Yeah, so So our IP was developed in collaboration between our team and our industry partners. It's been filed and the licensing agreement is currently in negotiation.
All right, so I have a follow-up question to that. Is the sensor part of the IP?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we are one of the first medical devices to actually use the chip that's inside our device. Yep. Oh, sorry.
Bring the mic over. Yep.
There was a similar company here several years ago, and a question that came up, not during this, but separately, was that lymphedema, which is dear to my heart because I have family members who suffer from it, but that lymphedema as a disease was going away or reduced as cancer gets cured more often or sooner and fewer lymph nodes are removed. And I'd like you to comment.
Sure. Would you like to?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
I think I can handle this.
He's a doctor.
Yeah, so it's absolutely true that the rates of lymphedema now are lower than in the age of axillary lymph node dissection, which carries over 50% chance of developing lymphedema. The 20% number that we cited to you is in the age of sentinel node biopsy and less invasive treatments. And we see that, if you have surgery and you have radiation, you have chemotherapy, it's a compounding risk from each of those treatments. Furthermore, breast cancer survivorship is increasing every year, which means patients who are then cured of cancer are living longer and they're spending more time at risk of lymphedema. And globally, breast cancer rates are rising, especially in Asian countries. So while the overall rates of lymphedema may be lower than they were 30 years ago, I think the applicable market is only growing.
Yep. Right here. There's a mic behind you.
I just am curious about, it sounds like people get tested once a month, they can do it at home, and it's $10 for the single-use patch. But is the test, how many spots on their body do they test in that, in that single day? I guess it's one, at least one in each arm. Are there other spots? And so it's like $20 per month?
We're hoping that they really only need to do it in that one spot. So they apply it in the same place every time on that affected region. If a patient had bilateral lymphedema, both arms, they would need 2 different electrodes to make that measurement.
But don't they test to figure out if they have it in the first place, so they wouldn't know if they had it by?
Yeah,
right?
so we can risk stratify based on the procedure they have. If someone has a double mastectomy, they would definitely be at risk based on both arms.
And the design of our upcoming in-human study is partly addressing exactly that question. We'll be taking multiple measurements in multiple locations on both arms to help inform and make sure that our algorithm takes that into account. We also have the advantage, since patients can take more frequent measurements, since it's so available and easy to use, we can use trend data to essentially further the power of our device versus, if you're just taking a snapshot in time.
Yeah, I would think if it were me, I'd want to take it once a week or every couple of days.
Me too.
You're not the only one. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to do it pretty frequently if early detection is so important?
Yeah, and this is our recommended strategy. Ultimately, and partly speaking as a doctor, but it'll come down to a decision between patients and clinicians, and each individual patient and each surgeon's level of comfort and level of risk that they're willing to tolerate in how often those measurements
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if you could get that cost down, because when you said early detection was so important, and then you said you only test once a month, I thought it seemed like...
Well, once a week for the first 6 months, and then once a month for the last 2.5 years.
Yeah.
And lymphedema generally doesn't develop, on the time course of hours or, a day or two. It takes a little bit to sort of manifest. So we have a little bit of leeway in how often patients need to take measures.
Yep, question up here in the back.
Hi there, thank you for the presentation. What stage of the FDA regulatory strategy are you at?
Yep.
Yeah, we've, sorry, where's the question?
Oh, right.
Apologies. We've submitted, we have a pre-sub draft that has gone through Hogan Lovells. It's been validated. We've changed that, and we have an upcoming meeting with the FDA that I think it's either next week or the following week. And we're going to validate that that pre-sub is good, and that the testing required there is the testing that we do. We are planning, for example, the human factors tests that need to happen to move at home from the current predicate. But you have a follow-up.
When do you do the design freeze?
We plan a design freeze, I think, 2024.
Yes.
It's part of our milestones. Yeah.
Yeah, another question in the middle section there. Art?
Thank you. Is there any downside risk to the patient? It seems like there's no way they get harmed other than maybe a false negative. And so why does it take so long to get that approval?
I think our FDA projections just take into account kind of all of the things that we need to do and all the things that we can only do once we have our design freeze and our essentially market-ready device. So all of the design testing, proving our manufacturing is following regulation, proving that our usability and our feasibility tests are what they want. It's a conservative estimate, but just taking into account everything that we know goes into the process.
I'd like to add there that you made a good point in which the device has been considered non-significant risk by the Johns Hopkins IRB, which allows us to go through clinical testing without FDA, without an IDE designation.
So there is no risk.
According to the Johns Hopkins IRB, there is minimal risk associated, and we can conduct that protocol.
All right, I think time is up. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Nice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, we are at 2:30.
Thank you so much for your help.
All right.
Okay, if you guys will take your seats.
Here to present. Excuse me. Going to speak, and then I'm just not gonna, can't risk it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
All right, if you'll take your seats, we will get started.
As much as I want to start on time, I don't want people, coming in while you're talking, so, or at least 90% of them.
You're still standing up talking with folks. Now's the time to sit down. All right, while the final couple of folks are getting their seats, a couple of reminders. So tonight, The banquet is at the Marriott Marquis downtown. You're signed up to attend. All the teams are. It starts at 6 o'clock with a company showcase and networking reception. So you can walk around and have a drink and meet and talk with the teams individually at their showcase. So 6 o'clock we start, and 7 o'clock everybody gets seated for dinner and the awards. We have $1.75 million to give out tonight, so that's always fun. Yeah. And that's really because of you guys, the judges and sponsors who put up the prize money for the competition. That's you guys. The other thing is, judges, once the final team is finished presenting, then you need to rank the teams in the final round just as you have been doing over the last couple days. So there are 7 teams in the finals, and you will rank those teams from number 1, which is the team that you think is most investable and that should win this competition, down to number 7, which is less investable and not as attractive from an investment standpoint or from a viability standpoint. So rank the teams just like you've done for the past couple days from number 1 to number 7 at the conclusion of the final presenter, So you'll do that online, the platform that you've used so far in this event. All right. So here we go. We have 3 final teams in this year's finals of the 2022 Rice Business Plan Competition. And the first team up after the break is Inia Biosciences from Boston University. Please welcome them.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. We are Inia Biosciences, and we are empowering patients to trade their pill bottles for remote control. And we envision a future where we can use non-invasive ultrasound to control health and disease. You might recognize this woman on the right here as Selena Gomez. You might also know that Selena received a kidney transplant from her best friend. What you might not know is how difficult her journey has been ever since receiving that transplant. There are 100,000 patients waiting for a kidney transplant in the US at any given time, and 25% only will receive the gift of life and join the existing 250,000 patients living with a kidney transplant in the US today. And after a transplant, they're put on a cocktail of immunosuppressant drugs and steroids for the rest of their lives. They also have to endure frequent follow-up visits and a battery of labs. So the problem for these patients are lifelong. In addition to the high cost of immunosuppressant drugs, which can be up to $30,000 a year, they also come with side effects, ranging from very minor ones like a tremor that can impact your quality of life, to things like infection and even cancer. Despite this, there's still an up to 30% chance of rejection, and rejection of a kidney means need for redialysis, retransplantation, and if that is unsuccessful or unavailable, then it does mean death for the patient. So the clinical need here is absolutely enormous and urgent. The human body really requires a delicate balance, much like walking on a tightrope. In the case of immunosuppressant drugs, if you go too much to the left here, you're not helping your immune system enough to prevent the rejection. If you go too much to the right, then you risk increased infections and cancer. So, can you imagine the fear and emotional stress that patients with organ transplants face every single day of their lives while walking on this tightrope? But what if we can improve patient outcomes without the side effects? Inia Biosciences is solving this problem by using our patent-pending wearable ultrasound device to non-invasively modulate the immune system with just 5 minutes of daily stimulation. Our product is the only one on the market that can provide treatment that is non-invasive and personalized from the comfort of the patient's home. And with any drug, if you can imagine, you're essentially poisoning your body little by little, because drugs are really designed to disrupt the normal body's feedback loops. With ultrasound stimulation and bioelectronic medicine, we're actually helping the body's natural feedback loop. And therefore, there is no risk for oversuppression. And so what we can provide is better patient outcomes without the side effects. In addition, our smart device comes with a digital health platform to really improve on adherence tracking as well as monitoring remotely. And this really provides the patients with a sense of security as well as intelligence for physicians for their follow-up treatment plan. So imagine after a transplant, you're prescribed and fitted and also provided some training information regarding our device. Then you take our device home and you wear it for 5 to 10 minutes per day with the minimal amount of drugs you need to maintain your organ. So we're an adjuvant to drugs. Simultaneously, all the data is uploaded to our digital health platform, enabling remote monitoring and adherence tracking. So the value adds here are really being able to reduce the amount and the number of drugs needed to maintain these organs, and also to reduce the drug spend and the side effects associated with them. Further, we're reducing the risk of rejection and therefore the need for dialysis and retransplantation. And with this, in addition, we're improving and adding the number of organs available relative to demand, closing that gap. So how does it work? Well, bioelectronic medicine uses an electrical or ultrasound stimulus to the spleen to modulate the immune system, really to dampen it. And we're using the spleen, targeting it because the spleen is a key organ housing the majority of the immune cells of the body. So that means we can actually achieve a systemic effect with a localized target. We chose kidney transplant rejection for this particular scientific backing, but also because when we spoke to scientists, physicians, and also surgeons, they told us about a really interesting practice. They used to actually remove the spleen of transplant patients with rejection refractory to drugs. Here on the y-axis, you have the serum creatinine, which is a biomarker that indicates the health of a kidney. The higher it is, the worse it is. You want to really keep it at 1 to 2. So for this patient, they had a pretty high serum creatinine. They were started on the standard of care, which are the drugs. It went down, great, but after a few days, they became refractory to drugs, and then their serum creatinine started creeping back up. At this point, the provider decided to perform a splenectomy. And after that was performed, their creatinine level went down, suggesting that we can actually impact patients that are refractory to drugs. More recently, there's been a lot of science demonstrating that ultrasound can actually achieve a similar effect. With just 3 minutes of ultrasound simulation, we can actually reduce key inflammatory markers called cytokines in humans with rheumatoid arthritis. And these are the same molecules that are mediating rejection and causing this creatinine level to go up. With this amount of science, there's been a lot of market momentum in the field of nerve stimulation, with more than $1 billion invested by both private and public players in this field. Notably, GSK and Google's $700 million investment in Galvani. So where are we at right now? We have confirmed and committed preclinical and clinical research partners to help us further de-risk the science and the technology. We have submitted a preliminary patent application, as well as established partnerships with an ultrasound consulting firm. And also we have established strategic partnerships with large organizations to start already engaging with patients and companies that are really focused on the ultrasound device space in order to advance our product development. In terms of those clinical and preclinical studies, we have submitted an SBIR grant with the head of transplantation at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. And with this study, we're looking at the dose response and the parameters that are specific to organ rejection. In addition, we'll have data related to mechanistic studies, and with that data, we can actually use to support our IP beyond organ rejection. And so we're using this data to really establish a pipeline of products with our platform. Finally, we're looking at the additive effects with drugs as we are an adjuvant to drugs. In parallel, we're working with physicians and transplant departments at Weill Cornell to look at in-human studies, where we'll be looking at safety, efficacy, and usability in a small cohort of healthy humans as well as patients with organ transplants. And this will be with an off-the-shelf device. And together what this provides us is really all the information we need to finalize our clinical unit prior to clinical trials. And now I'm going to pass it on to my co-founder Mike here to tell you a little bit more about how big this opportunity is and how we're going to capture it.
Great, thank you, Shen. And while our initial target market of organ transplant immunosuppression in the United States represents a $3.2 billion opportunity, we plan to pursue larger markets as follow-on indications. First, we'll pursue autoimmune diseases which disproportionately affect women, including lupus, in which more than 90% of patients are women, and the large rheumatoid arthritis market, in which 3 out of 4 patients are women. From there, we'll look to apply our platform technology to other disease areas that are heavily mediated by inflammation, including psoriasis, MS, and irritable bowel syndrome. And we'll address these market opportunities with a 2-part business model. First is prescription of our device by physicians to patients. Second is subscription to our digital health platform by physician networks. We will pursue breakthrough device designation, which will support us in receiving reimbursement for our device itself, and we'll plan to bill physician networks directly for subscription to the digital health platform, enabling them in turn to receive reimbursement for services provided through the platform, leveraging existing insurance codes. To drive adoption, we'll target the 250+ transplant centers in the country, taking advantage of the fact that just the 21 leading transplant centers represent more than 50% of the patient population. Physicians will be the prescribers of our device, so we've begun engaging with key opinion leaders at leading transplant centers, including Mass General, Brigham and Women's, Boston Medical Center, Weill Cornell, the University of Miami, and we'd hope to add one of the great institutions in the great state of Texas to that list soon. We've also begun engaging with patients through both these centers as well as leading patient advocacy organizations like the National Kidney Foundation. In terms of competition, we view Galvani as a great validation for the science underlying our technology. They and others like Setpoint Medical are developing implantable solutions for immune modulation. The non-invasive nature of our device represents an advantage, as these implantables require surgical intervention and risk lifelong complications. And while Sonogenics is developing non-invasive immune modulation solutions for use in the clinic, our only competitor attempting to develop non-invasive solutions for use at home is Second Wave Systems. And they're currently pursuing COVID-related inflammation. Looking forward, we're waiting to hear back from SBIR to commence our preclinical studies with our collaborators at the Brigham, and working with Weill Cornell to finalize the design of our in-human proof of concept, which we expect to be completed in about a year's time. We're actively building our physical prototype, which we'll iterate on based on the results of the proof of concept studies. This will position us to secure our full IP by the end of the calendar year, that IP being inclusive of the design of our wearable device, method of use for immune modulation, and method for consistent delivery. Collectively, this work provides clear demonstration of technical feasibility and helps bolster our IP portfolio in advance of clinical study design. We're planning for a 5-year pathway to approval for our first indication of acute organ rejection. The data set that we'll gather over the next 1.5 years will position us for submission to the FDA in early 2024. Based on our discussions with regulatory experts and our research, we plan to submit as a Class 2 de novo device and to pursue breakthrough device designation. But along the way, we'll continue to monitor progress in the market to identify potential predicates for an alternative 510(k) pathway. Our pilot studies will look at dose response and safety via biomarker endpoints, and then our pivotal studies will look at efficacy via both surrogate and biomarker endpoints. Our breakthrough device designation will support us in receiving reimbursement from CMS by early 2027. Our technology adds tremendous value to both patients and to the healthcare system. Cost savings related to reduction in drug spend and lower incidence of dialysis, retransplantation can total greater than $80,000 a year for acute rejection patients. Our discussions with experts with previous experience at CMS and commercial payers have confirmed an expected appetite for device pricing at $20,000 a year to be reimbursed monthly. That means we return more than 75% of the value created to patients and to the healthcare system. And with that, we're projecting upward profitability beginning in 2027. By penetrating just 50% of just the 21 leading transplant centers in the country, we can achieve 25% market share. Applying that to our device pricing, we can then project revenues north of $300 million by 2030. And that is only representative of the organ transplant immunosuppression market and will be used to help fund our clinical pathway to larger indications. And along the way, we're continuing to look for opportunities for near-term revenue, including potential licensing of our digital health platform to industry partners. My name is Mike Hogan. I'm an MBA candidate from MIT Sloan with a healthcare consulting background. My teammates are Shen Ning, who's an MD, PhD candidate from BU and MGH with experience in drug delivery and neuromodulation, and Dragan Savage, who's an Oxford postdoc with a biomedical engineering background. And we're supported by a world-class advisory team, ranging from leading surgeon scientists to experienced medtech professionals. We require $1.9 million to execute on our planned vision. At this point, $700,000 we expect through a combination of grants that have been applied for as well as dollars that have been committed by investors. And we're looking for an additional 1.2 to execute on our full vision. So we thank you for your support as INEA works to harness this promise of bioelectronic medicine to shift the paradigm of care. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'm looking for the hands. Front row here.
Great presentation. It's really cool. Grandfather had a kidney transplant. For the actual device, which is you are still working on, can you explain how the 5 to 10 minutes, what the experience will be like for the patient, and then what are the variables that you are really analyzing for each test?
Absolutely. Let me show you what the experience is like. I've been wearing this all day, actually, throughout the entire morning. This is like the top part. Thank you, thank you. This is the top part of the wearable. And we have also some additional pictures related to how it would work and look like. Let me just show you what it looks like. So this is the top part where it's really securing where the location is. And there's also a bottom component we're currently working on right now. And what we're trying to do is ensure the targeting of the spleen in a consistent way. And we're using 2 ways to go about that. One is a little bit mechanical. The other way is looking at detection of the actual organ. And we are going through the back because that's the best way to get to the spleen without touching the other organs. And in terms of patient experience, as long as you can put on a shirt, you can put on this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, yep, up here on the left. Yeah, right.
Thank you, that was excellent. It's an interesting beachhead. I think if you could reduce inflammation, the sky's the limit. Is there any sense that you could tie into funding on opioid use reduction and grants around that in terms of rheumatoid arthritis and other chronic pain management?
That is an excellent, excellent question. Thank you so much for that. So there has been a few devices looking at back pain. Some are implantables. However, the problem there I've seen in the clinic is that it works for a whole week and then sometimes it slips out, so you have to go back and get another surgery in order to fix it. So there's a lot of problems with this. That's why we're taking a non-invasive approach to this in order to prevent things like complications like what I've seen in the clinic already. There is a lot of opportunity just in terms of other market areas. So let's look at that. So as you mentioned, inflammation is a big problem. In fact, up to 80% of diseases are mediated by inflammation from both acute and the chronic perspective. And so when you look at what we've presented, this is just really a small part of the pie, where it can also look at other things related to not only disease, but also normal health, looking at athletes in aging, and space for, the interest of Houston here. Thank you.
One up here first, and we'll come back over. Yep.
Hi. Regarding your ultrasound device, it's probably made up of multiple parts that you did not develop yourself, so sensors and the ultrasound generator. Are you depending on other companies, and how does that work?
That is a really great question as well. In terms of what we're developing versus what we are allocating to other companies, so the actual design of the top is going to be us. The actual sensor will be off the shelf or from another company. So some of the internal parts are from the other companies.
Up here, John, and then back to the other John.
Yeah, maybe elaborate if you could on what kind of work you need to do on the ultrasound device, and then also, are there any safety issues related to the ultrasound device, being exposed to that on a daily basis?
Sure, I'll take part one and then allow Shen to answer part two. So the proof of concept studies that we have designed and we've laid out here, they're designed to help us identify the optimal parameters of the ultrasound for intended effect. So based on those parameters, that will give us the answers we need to really form factor the ultrasound components to be able to engineer the device for patient usability. So right now it is about the science, because the science is driving the engineering, and those are the key questions we need to answer with the design around the ultrasound.
And for the second part of the question regarding safety, we have no major concerns regarding ultrasound, because ultrasound, as you know, is used during pregnancy to look at the fetus. So it's a relatively safe approach about this. And some of the potential fears is really on heating, not internal heating, but rather the heating of the device, which we are mitigating by actually reducing the amount of time that needs to be treated. Thank you.
And
my question
there's a mic right. Yeah.
Perfect.
Great.
Got it. Okay. Yep. Over here.
Thank you. Great presentation. Have you identified any ultrasound experts that you can reach out to? There are a lot that were funded by the NIBIB. Low frequency, high frequency. I think a lot of the questions you're asking may be answered already.
Yes, we are working actively with the Focus Ultrasound Foundation through a grant, for example, and there's a couple of other companies like Fujifilm. They're also an expert in ultrasound for typically animals, but they have a lot of deep experience with HIFU, LIFU as well. So we're definitely communicating with them already.
Deborah?
So the immune system that you're impacting with this modulation also includes cells. So it's not just cytokines, it's also cells. So I didn't have any sense in the care plan what else has to be done by the physician to monitor the effectiveness of your technology. Meaning, how do you personalize this based on an incident that may be happening with the patient after that organ has been transplanted? So thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. There's kind of two parts to your question, it seems like. What is kind of the mechanism, right? What cells are you affecting? And then the second part, how do you monitor, correct?
A lot about the monitoring, because that's not with the device. That's, the care, the clinical part. So how are you partnering with the clinical people to then personalize any changes in the use of your ultrasound?
Okay, great. Janet?
Sure. So step one in the near term, Deborah, is to work on leveraging the existing clinical care routine and to leverage the accepted labs, right? And we've worked that into what we would plan for our clinical studies. And over time, it would be to have a fully integrated companion diagnostic here. I think the issue is, in the short term, a lot of development needs to be done from the perspective of the assays to enable daily, real-time testing at home for a patient of many of these markers in an affordable way. So right now, we'll rely on the physician observing patient use data as well as patient input data through the device, but they'll have to continue coming in for their labs, certainly for the time being.
And to just make sure that we talk a little bit more about the science here, making sure we're all understanding this. So what we're doing here is modulating through the spleen, which actually is next to a number of the nerves. This is an offshoot of the vagus nerve. And with the ultrasound simulation, we're affecting this pathway where the splenic nerve uses these molecules to communicate with the splenic T cells, and those communicate with cytokine-producing macrophages. And this pathway can then be modulated to have anti-inflammatory effects. And with ultrasound in particular, how does it work on the nerve, right? So how does it actually affect the nerve? There's been a lot of research regarding these piezo channels on nerves that are sensitive to physical mechanical force, for example, touch. And in fact, there was a Nobel Prize that was given out for this particular mechanism. And so we're essentially leveraging all of this in order to make this treatment happen.
Yep, back here.
Yes, Richard. You mentioned grants a couple times. How much have you received to date, and how much do you expect going forward? And that would be separate from investment. And also, have you got any money from any partners?
At this point, we have $600,000 in grants that we're eager to receive. So we've done a lot of work to increase our likelihood of success in working with those grant funding agencies. And then in addition to that, we have $200,000 of safe notes that have been provided that are ready for us to take advantage of at the time that we express interest in doing so, which is now. So that leaves us with $1.2 million that we're looking from the rest of the folks in this room and elsewhere to help us execute all of the activities that we've laid out here in this presentation.
What else? One last question?
I'll just follow up with a cash flow question. How long will that $2 million last you, and what's the next round?
That $2 million takes us to April, May of next year. That's based on completing all the activities we have. So we'll have to turn pretty quickly to what we plan to be a $6 million round. And what that allows us to do is to actually produce the clinical units required to gather the data set in a human with our device that we could then use to submit to the FDA.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're out of time. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, while we're finishing getting prepared for the next presenter, I've got one more reminder for you, and a big thanks to Kamal Anbarsi and the Anbarsi family. When you get to the awards banquet tonight, in your name tag will be 3 stickers. So you'll have 3 stickers, and we've done this before, so those of you who've been in the competition before know this. But what you can do during the company showcase and the reception is walk around. Please do walk around and talk with the companies that are here one last time and decide on which companies you like best. You like their showcase or something about them, and please put these stickers on their sheet at their table. So you have 3 stickers. I'd suggest you put them on 3 different companies, but you guys will do what you want to do. Because here's the thing, we're going to count those over dinner, and the top 3 startups will get $1,000 apiece based on extracting the most numbers of stickers from the judges and from attendees. Because all the attendees are going to get a sticker pad that looks like this, thanks to Kamal Anbarsi and the Anbarsi family. Yes. And so, we want to encourage you to network one last time. Grab a glass of wine and go walk around and meet these startup companies. I think we put the bar on the far end of the companies this time, so you actually have to see the companies on the way to the bar during that. All right, you guys are ready? All right. So we've got the final 2 companies that are presenting this afternoon. The next, a startup presenting in the finals of this year's Rice Business Plan competition is Lydrotech from RWTH Aachen in Germany.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex, CEO and co-founder of Lydrotech.
And I'm Alex, Chief Innovation Officer and co-founder of Lydrotech.
Think of us as Tech Alex and Business Alex. This is a Ford F-150, the most sold vehicle in the US for the past 40 consecutive years. These are thousands of Ford F-150s on the Kentucky Speedway parking lot, waiting to be delivered due to one missing component: chips. Well, not these kind of chips, but microchips. Microchips are produced on pizza-sized plates called wafers, such as this one. And on one of these plates, you can fit up to 300,000 microchips. It takes a 12-week-long process with dozens of complicated and costly process steps, such as lithography and etching, to produce these. And one of the last steps before the chips can be used in Ford F-150s or your smartphones is the cutting process. The problem? Up to 10% of chips are currently damaged in that cutting process. The result? Chips worth $30 billion are damaged every year.
And the problem is that microchips have evolved and became better and better over time, so that we have the beautiful things around us. But cutting technologies have not. The most used cutting technology still today is 40 years old, and it's a saw. And the damage this saw does to wood, it is exactly the same damage it does to a semiconductor wafer. And even more modern technologies could not compete with a saw. A laser, for example, induces so much heat so that it does affect them thermally and leads to burr formation and cracking, which leads to a yield loss in the end. But no worries. We at Lydrotech have the solution. If you compare the cuts with the old technology, with our technology, you just see that we have far better cuts. So the surface is clean, there are no cracks, and the edges are super sharp. So our cuts are just more precise. The innovation behind it is that we combine the best of 2 worlds, liquids and lasers. So imagine you have a wafer and the liquid is flowing over it, while at the same time the laser cuts out the microchips. With this patent-pending technology, we are able to reduce the damage rate of chips to virtually 0. We have smaller cuts, that generates a higher output. It is suitable for any chip size and any material, and to date, we already reached the same speeds as the conventional technologies, but with the potential of being 5 times faster tomorrow. You might ask yourself, why did nobody else do this? Adding a liquid to a laser process? Well, because it's a highly complex process. First, you need to adequately control the flow of the liquid exactly where it is needed to evacuate debris and cool the material properly. Second, it is a circulatory system, so you have to recycle the liquids to achieve a higher sustainability. And third, you exactly need to match the laser pulses with the liquid flow in order to safely cut without damages. So the combination of all of these 3 parameters is highly complex and forms the core of our IP. To protect our IP, we have filed 2 patents, and also worldwide, and are planning to do so. And the first and 4 more are in preparation. The first one is crucial. It is on the process chamber, which guides the liquid flow exactly to the place where it is needed. The second one is a process patent that detects irregularities during this complex cutting procedure. And the liquids are protected through trade secrets, just as Coca-Cola. Speaking of liquids, here you can see our innovative process in action. The laser ignites a little shiny plasma at the surface, which you can see, and it cuts at the width quarter of a human hair. At the same time, the liquid cools the material properly and washes away any debris so that it does not negatively interfere with the process. With this super precise technology, we are going to build a laser machine that replaces current machines without any change in the process. So it is a machine 6 times 6 times 6 feet, so as tall as I am and one's around me, and it just seamlessly integrates into the production lines of semiconductor fabs. Training is minimal, the uptime is low, it has the same footprint. To rephrase Steve Jobs, it just works. And that it works because we are headquartered in the Silicon Valley of Germany. It is full of highly qualified manufacturing partners and supply chain deliverers. So with them, we are able to build the machine and modules to scale faster. With this, we can sell our machines worldwide with the best quality. With this foundation, we are ready to disrupt the wafer dicing market. There, we face 2 big entrenched incumbents, Disco and Ecotech, and they mainly sell diamond saws. And also, the other technologies like laser cutting and plasma dicing are sold, but we will see why they could not compete with the diamond saw and why we can. It was truly a great moment when a customer confirmed us that the cutting quality they have seen from us is the best quality there is. And only quality that is matched by the plasma dicing. However, our technology is able to cut any material seamlessly due to the use of ultra-short laser pulses. And we have a very low downtime as we do not need additional process steps before or after the wafer cutting. This justifies our price premium over the cost of a diamond saw, and it is still significantly lower than the cost of a plasma dicing system. So with that, I will hand over to Business Alex to elaborate and quantify the statements in a business case example.
This business case example is based on client data. They have a 6-inch wafer, which is just slightly smaller than the wafer I've just shown. And with their current cutting technology, the diamond saw, they have a 10% damage rate, so they get out 52,000 chips that they can sell from this wafer. Reducing the damage rate to 0 with the Lidotech technology means they get all 58,000 chips on that wafer without a damage, so they can sell all of these 58,000. And if you also take into account that we can cut thinner than the competitors, as Alex just alluded to, we can get even more chips on the wafer because you can stack them closer to each other on this wafer. So overall, for this client, we can increase the number of chips on the wafer by 23%. And that has financial benefits. And I would like to show you that on a company with a $10 billion revenue example. Reducing their damage rate from 10 to 0 means they will save $200 million in material costs every year. It also means they get out 10% more chips because they're not damaged, so a potential increase in revenues by $1 billion. The smaller cutting width means you can stack chips closer to each other, so you can get 10% more chips on the wafer, which also means an additional $1 billion in potential revenues. So switching to our technology, such a client could increase their sales by 20% and their gross margin by 10%. And for us, such a client, which is about the size of German chip maker Infineon, or just slightly smaller than Texas Instruments, for example, we could sell 200 machines to over a span of 10 years, 20 each year. And the interesting part of our business model, we can also sell the liquids and the service on an annually recurring basis. And that makes 500 million over 10 years for us. So in a time span of 10 years, our revenues with such a company is $700 million, and the net client savings after the costs for all our products are $1.3 billion over 10 years. The market for wafer dicing machines per year, so the market for machines to cut microchips, is $1.5 billion large. The installed number of machines is about 10 times larger. So we're just speaking about new machines every year. And you can see all the production plants around the world of the top 10 companies here on the map, with 3 clusters in the US, in Europe, and in Asia. And these 10 companies make up 75% of our market to sell machines. Their market, the semiconductor market, is about a $1 trillion market. And they are heavily investing in new production plants. Just 5 weeks ago, Intel announced 2 new production plants in Magdeburg, which is just a 4-hour drive from our headquarters. And not just that, they have space for 6 additional plants right there. So the market is growing with a 6% annual growth rate and expected to become a $1 trillion market by 2030. And if our clients are in a growing market, then we are in a growing market. And our vision is to become the global market leader for wafer dicing machines. We're laser focused on that, pun intended, but our technology can do more than just cutting microchips. Once we're established in that market, we want to branch out. We can cut smartphone displays, stents in the medical industry, lenses for the automotive industry, or even wings for airplanes. And all these different fields together make a total addressable market of $35 billion. We started 2.5 years ago with a 1.4 million government grant. With that money, we built a lab prototype. With that prototype, we started cutting chips as a service for clients. We convinced Infineon with our quality to start a cooperation with us. And we were part of the Intel Accelerator program, which helped us incredibly, not the least because it enabled us to be featured with Intel in the most read daily economic newspaper in Germany, which gave us a lot of traction. And that traction we want to use to become a global player step by step. And the first step is to sell the first machine, which we target for 2023. From then on, we will grow to 4 machines to 10 machines by 2025, where we will reach break even. And from 2026 onwards, we want to be in the big production facilities of the large semiconductor companies. And you can see that the revenues are split in 2 colors. The green are the machine sales, and the orange are the annually recurring revenues from liquids and services that are needed to run our machine. In order to achieve these goals, we're looking for a $3.5 million seed round. We will use that for sales and marketing. We will build a clean room. We will also invest in patents. But predominantly, this is for product development to build and sell these first machines. Selling the first machine is the key milestone of the seed round, and that will put us on a great basis for further growth and internationalization to the US in 2024 and to Asia in 2026. And you might think this is not possible with just a seed round, and you're right. We're looking for 2 more rounds in 2024, a Series A of 8 million, and in 2026, a Series B of 15 million. And from 2028 onwards, we expect good exit potentials through IPO, merger, or buyout. And we've seen comparable transactions starting to trade at 4x revenues up to 100x revenue multiples when Intel bought Habana Labs. Last but not least, I would like to present you our whole founding team. We're all full-time committed to LiDAR-Tech. You've already met Tech Alex and myself. I have a background in finance, pursuing a PhD in entrepreneurship. I worked for Goldman and PIMCO for 5 years, and I'm the CEO of the company. Alex has a background in physics. He is our lead innovator with regards to the laser process and business development. He's pursuing a PhD in mechanical engineering. He's our Chief Innovation Officer. Jan, on the bottom left, our CTO, is engineering the machine and also the software. And Yannis, with a PhD in mechanical engineering, takes care of the production and all the communication with the suppliers that we need to build the machine. Together, we have diverse know-how in science, engineering, and finance, with over 24 years of research experience in laser processing in liquids, with more than 40 publications and more than 2 million research grants raised so far. Please join us in our journey to disrupting the wafer dicing industry and to reducing the global chip shortage. We're LiDAR-Tech. We're LiDAR-Tech, and we're literally cutting edge.
Yep. How about Brad right here? Who's got, there you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Excellent presentation. Alex, I was very interested in the size of the prototype, 6 by 6 by 6. Is that the actual size of the prototype, or is that the size of the machine you need to get to? That's the first part of the question. And then the second is, because you use fluids, is that going to require a redesign of the plant? Because I would guess that the existing machines do not require fluid intake out.
So at first, it is the design of the final machine, but our lab prototype right now is able to cut full wafers, so it is about the same size. It's just then put into a turnkey machine, what we already have. And the good thing about the semiconductor industry is that they are fully used to use liquids in their processes. So the saws, they need, for example, liquids to cool and rinse the material as well. So that lowers the entry barrier a lot. And they also have systems in charge, for example, to change filtration systems. They already have the whole infrastructure.
All right. Up here, and then we'll come over here and swing around.
Good presentation. You have 2 questions. One, usually in the fab industry, there's a pretty big runway to be able to get to penetrate that. So kind of what's your plan to kind of get into that industry? And then is the technology tied to the market going from 5 nanometers to 3 nanometers as they're trying to change the fab design? Is your technology dependent on that, or is it independent of the size of the fabs?
So thanks for the question. We are already in the process for bringing our machine in the field. So we're talking to them, and we believe that we will sell the first machine next year, and then going more with the qualification process, and know the technology changes that are coming right now are not affecting our process, because all this happens before the wafer is cut, because it's on the wafer. But there are significant changes right now that benefit our technology even more, because they require, for the newest technology, better edges and better cuts.
So maybe to repeat, it's suitable for any chip size and any kind of chip.
Up here?
Great presentation. Can you elaborate on your relationships with Infineon and Intel from perspective of, I think you mentioned collaboration, but is there any talk of investment from them, paid pilots, NREs, or anything associated with your customers?
Thanks for asking. We have a slide prepared for that, so let me just pull that up. So neither Intel nor Infineon have any equity investment in our company. With Infineon, we're cooperating on a technological side, so they help us to improve our machine and our technology with their feedback, because that's what the most important thing is for us. And Intel was purely a mentoring program, but it was incredibly helpful for us because we got a lot of know-how, and now we have the contacts to Intel to keep going and selling machines to them too at some point.
Robert, here, and then we'll come back around.
U.S. company, German company, what's your plan there?
What's the plan in terms of Germany, U.S. incorporation?
Thanks for asking. For our US investors, we're planning to create a C Corp that will fully own the German entity so that US investors can invest into the Lydratech Inc.
Back up here. I have lots of questions.
Thanks so much. Excellent presentation. I actually used to work in the semiconductor industry with applied materials, so I can identify with the issue you talked about. Just a quick question. Is this device going to attach to the mainframe or to the process chamber? And if so, how is that going to be made? And secondly, is this an extra step in the processing chamber for that to happen? I'm curious. Thanks.
So the first one is there is already a step of cutting these chips. They're just using saws, so you can just take out the saw machine, put in our machine. Nothing changes, neither before nor after in the process for customers.
So then the sets that would be handled by robots?
Yes. 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 Yes.
So they go into your machine?
Yes. Yes. So usually they come in sets of 20, 25. They will just be stacked next to the machine, and then a robot arm takes it, puts it in our machine, takes it out, puts when it's done, and puts it away. And then before and after, everything is already in place at the customer sites.
Yeah. Question here, Tommy.
Yeah. Looking out over the next couple of years with the chip shortage, how's that going to impact your business plan and not being able to get chips to cut?
So on the one hand, the chip shortage is affecting every company that has anything, any machine or any component in that needs chips. But on the other hand, the chip shortage really increases the need to get more chips out of an already existing production. So net, I would say it benefits us because it increases the needs for our customers to switch to technologies that are more efficient.
Yeah.
Great, yeah, great presentation. And while we have a very big shortage of chips, so I think your technology is right in time. So for business Alex, I have a question. So how do you see, you have like 24 years of research experience across the team, but going to Intel, going to like Samsung and Hynix, these are huge companies. Do you have any experience or in your team that has business development into a huge company? And then to the tag Alex, for right now you have MVP for the technology, but what are the key technology milestones that you think or hurdles that you think you need to overcome for you to get into that scale?
I'll take the first one while Alex is, exactly. So I used to work in sales, but I sold funds to customers, so I don't have semicon industry experience, but I know how to sell to big companies. But you're spot on. We need expertise with semiconductor experience because it's a different industry, and that's also why one of our first hires this year is going to be a sales engineer with this experience. And on top of that, we also have a great advisory team with experience in the semiconductor industry from Intel and ST Microelectronics. So we know that this is a key area for us, and that's why we will hire personnel to help us that way. And the key milestones, to get the machine into the big fabs.
So the key milestone is really like the qualification process with the customer and turning the lab prototype into a turnkey machine, getting the specifications as they need to be to set up the supply chain, and then we can deliver it into the fabs.
Felix and then Jay.
Sure. You mentioned that you have a proprietary fluid. Who manufactures and distributes that fluid, and are there any supply chain implications for that?
So thanks for the question. We are also located in this Silicon Valley in Germany. We have some of the top 10 chemical companies of the world, and we're talking to them. So, and they have also the distribution network to sell all over the world. So that was first.
The supply chain.
Yeah, and they have also the supply chain in place. Like they are really highly experienced.
And then Jay. Here comes the mic.
Yes, I just want to drill in a little bit about the qualification process for selling to these companies.
how long is the qualification process, and do you think you'll have to put machines in their facilities and run them before you make the sale? How is that going to work, and how long is that going to take?
So the qualification process is, firstly we need to make them trust us because we're a startup, so it starts with a small batch of wafers. Then we get a bigger one. Then they come to us and do design of experiments, which we actually have planned with a couple of customers, just one way back in Germany. And then you get a bigger order, so this is an example that you can see here. And then it's mostly a first-in-a-kind process that they have to do because it's the first time they use a laser machine with liquids. Although they already know lasers and they already know liquids, this is how it works if you do a new technology. And we are already in that process with the first customer to work on that. And it will take, I mean, the first machine is aimed to be sold next year, early next year. So we need another 6 to 9 months until we get the machine there.
So it can be broken down to 6 months, but us with the issues of the supply chain that you mentioned, and with our transfer right now, we will make it in the beginning of next year.
Great. A question here, Barbara.
Yeah. So my question is, because of the massive shortage in the last couple of years, there was a lot of innovation. There was a lot of little stuff work going on. The VC industry funded these guys in the last 2 years, like $10, $20 billion. Do you anticipate that the industry could change so dramatically, which might happen, that your laser might not be applied to an innovative chip?
So with respect to the cutting process, they always need the cutting process. And then on the other side, the competitive technology also for these new chips that I mentioned is a plasma dicing. But the cost of these machines won't go down because they use ultra-high vacuum and they have complicated process steps before and after this dicing. So this is what makes it that expensive. And the companies actually are heavily investing in this technology, but they do not know our technology.
Maybe to just quickly add one thing on that. So the industry is moving to new chip materials, but actually the newest ones are the ones where we are even better compared to the SOL because they are more brittle and harder to cut, which the mechanical cutting is having really troubles with. So the laser is actually more the technology of the future than. So I hope that answered the question. We see more potential than for the laser in the future.
Out of time. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
already in the system. Don't anything leak there.
Take it out of your backpack.
I'm not changing it.
All right, if you guys will take a seat, we will get on with the final presentation for today. Got it. The faster you take a seat, the faster you will get on to the cold beverages.
That's a good plug.
Yeah. I'll give the last couple of people time to sit down. I think I've run out of reminders. Let me think of one. When the team finishes their presentation and finishes their Q&A, then judges, it's time for you guys to go into action. You will rank the teams that presented this afternoon from 1, which is best, to 7, which is least best. So you will rank the teams from 1 to 7. And the old days we did it on paper, and people would, it was more fun because people would have ties and they would put down weird numbers on the piece of paper. And then we started asking you for your cell number so we could call you to find out why you put down weird numbers on the page. You can't do that online. That's what automation gets you. Okay. We have the final presenter for today's final of the 2022 Rice Business Plan Competition. I'm excited to introduce Bold Move Beverages from UT Austin. Welcome.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Jacob Gus. I'm the founder and CEO of Bold Move Beverages, and today I'm joined by Chris Sundberg, the company's Chief Financial Officer. At Bold Move Beverages, we're looking to change the game for coffee lovers who want to drink responsibly while living life in excess, and I'm excited to share with you our vision for the company. So Bold Move Beverages is entering the alcohol industry during a very transformative time in its evolution. And just like craft beer in the early 2000s and hard seltzers in the past few years have disrupted the space, there's a new boom just over the horizon. Ready-to-drink, or RTD beverages, are the third largest category in alcohol, having already surpassed spirit sales, and are projected to outsell wine in the next 6 to 12 months. At BMB, we energize and socialize, and our mission is to create innovative, flavorful, premium products that are made with easily recognizable ingredients. This positioning, along with our alignment with the premiumization, sustainability, and better-for-you movements that are sweeping this space, will allow us to differentiate and excel as future leaders of the RTD cocktail category.
Bold Move is innovating at the convergence of several trends, and I'm going to talk about 3 of them briefly. Ready-to-drink or RTD cocktails, coffee, and everybody's favorite punching bag, millennials. Behind only malt-based RTDs, premium spirit-based RTDs are growing at a very impressive 40% compound annual growth rate. As you can see from this chart on the left, as indexed to alcohol consumption at the turn of the millennium, no category has grown more or faster than mixed drinks, and that's largely spurred by the popularity of RTDs. Coffee is so popular that it's the second most traded commodity in the world. And as coffee lovers are leaving home or needing a little boost later in the day, they're increasingly turning to ready-to-drink or flavored options. Millennials are now the largest generation in the United States. And as a generation, they consume more coffee throughout the day than any prior generation of young adults. And millennials love cold brew. More than 54% of them drink cold brew regularly. Starbucks is the largest coffee retailer in the world, and they've been the prime beneficiary of this trend, as more than half of their revenue is derived from cold drink sales. If we dig a little bit deeper, cold brew emerges as the clear fan favorite and is projected to have almost a 25% compound annual growth rate through 2025.
With all of these trends in mind and a passion for coffee, we're excited to introduce Cold Brews. Cold Brews is the first premium craft cocktail of its kind that's made with specialty cold brew coffee and aged American whiskey. Made with easily recognizable ingredients, each 12-ounce can has 110 to 180 calories based on the flavor, 6% alcohol by volume, and all the energy you'd expect from a cold brew coffee. We're going to disrupt the alcoholic beverage industry and find our way to a brunch, tailgate, happy hour, fishing trip, or golf course near you. We make bold beverages for bold people, and we're excited what the future has in store for our brand.
Speaking of bold people, I'd like to take a moment and introduce our team. Jacob, our founder and CEO, previously spent time in revenue strategy in the hospitality industry and was the founder of Caring for Camo. I spent 5 years at Deloitte working with family offices and ultra high net worth individuals, and over the last several years have been making venture capital investments at LAWY Capital Partners. Last fall, we were able to bring on Sam Craig to head up our sales and operations function, and we were able to lure him away from Southern Glazers, which is the largest alcohol distributor in North America. Our advisor, Caroline Fabiker, has been an invaluable source of advice and counsel to us. She is currently a co-founder and the chief strategy officer at All Hands Cocktails, which is another RTD cocktail startup. And before that, she spent time as an attorney at a venture capital and startup-focused boutique law firm and as a co-founder at Canteen Spirits. Canteen recently received an investment from ZX Ventures, which is the venture capital arm of AB InBev, or Anheuser-Busch. And that's really important because AB InBev is the largest beer maker in the world, and they've historically avoided the spirits category, but they're now investing in ready-to-drink spirits-based cocktail companies. That just further affirms our thesis that now is the right time to be pursuing this opportunity. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge the rest of our founding team, many of whom traveled with us to be here today. Lexi and Megan, who help out with marketing, and Gavin, who helps us with finance and fundraising.
So given the regulations and economics of the alcohol industry, it's not really possible to bootstrap or soft launch an alcohol brand. It's truly an all or nothing proposition. But that hasn't stopped us from getting out into the marketplace in order to gather feedback and build anticipation for our launch. And when we tell people what we're working on, their eyes light up and they can't wait to try it. And when we sample them on it, they overwhelmingly talk about the great taste and flavor of it. So far we hear about the smoothness, the flavor, the familiarity, despite having never tried anything like it.
So let's talk about a few times where it's the perfect occasion for an ice cold cold brews. I'd like all of you to close your eyes and imagine a few different days in your life with me. It's a Saturday morning, you're at brunch, you want to have a little something, but a Bloody Mary is too spicy and you don't want the sugar content of a mimosa. Maybe it's a Sunday morning, you've got a 7:30 tea time with for your weekly round of golf with your 3 best friends from college. A beer sounds really heavy, and like many of us, you're trying to watch your carbs. Maybe it's a Thursday. Your coworkers invite you out to a happy hour. You want to go, but it's been a long week and you're really drained. You want something that gives you a little boost of energy and the social satisfaction of a mixed drink. Or maybe it's a Saturday, it's fall. In the great state of Texas, that means exactly one thing: college football. It's Red River weekend. Texas and Oklahoma are kicking off at 11 a.m. as is tradition, and you don't think it's a good idea to shotgun Natty Lights in the parking lot. You'd really like to have something while you tailgate with your fellow Longhorns. Now, if you open your eyes, you can see clearly that you can see that in each one of these cases and many others, cold brews is a perfect first drink for any occasion. Whether it's a third brunch option, a convenient cocktail while enjoying the outdoors, something to give you a little pick-me-up for a midweek happy hour, or something that pairs perfectly with a breakfast taco in a parking lot.
So combining coffee and alcohol is not an entirely novel concept and has been done for decades. It's common for coffee lovers to order an Irish coffee, an espresso martini, or a Carajillo in Latin America. And at home, people often make their own boozy coffees by spiking them with Kahlua or Baileys. Although delicious, we view these expensive bar cocktails and DIY options as tangential competition and view the right side of the y-axis as where things truly get interesting. PBR and Rebel have introduced hard coffees that are spiked with malt liquor. Malt liquor is a cheaper alcohol that can often leave a chemical and artificial aftertaste. It's the same alcohol you'd find in like a White Claw or a Truly. And in the top right quadrant, you've got Cafe, Agave, and Zuzi, which have introduced spiked coffees. They clock in at a hefty 12.5 and 10% ABV, come in tiny 6.5 ounce cans, and are made with agave wine and neutral grain spirits, respectively, which are diluted undistilled tequila and Everclear, respectively. Bold Move Beverages, with our trademarked cold brews offering, is going to set itself apart from these hard and spiked counterparts by not cutting corners and using aged American whiskey. Each 12-ounce can is going to come in a 4-pack and provide a smooth, flavorful, unique experience that's going to find a home in the marketplace of tomorrow. We're not just another flavored malt beverage company. When looking at the size of the market, it's truly a massive opportunity. The North American RTD market is worth over $6 billion. The RTD spirit market is worth over $750 million. And using conservative estimates and all of the trends that we've talked about previously, we estimate that this market is worth over $100 million and growing rapidly. However, with our positioning of wanting to create innovative, flavorful, premium products, we could expand into the larger and admittedly more competitive $1 billion global RTD spirit market that's projected to grow to $1.6 billion by 2027. In order to get to market, there's a 3-tier system in the United States, and that's the case here in Texas as well. So in order to avoid the high costs associated with manufacturing in-house, we're going to partner with a contract manufacturer in order to get our manufacturing start. Our distribution partner, who then has established relationships with retailers, would take delivery of our product and sell it into our retail accounts. The retailers would then sell to the end customer. We invested a lot of our time forming relationships in these 3 different buckets, including with Sam Glazer from Southern Glazers, who's helped us navigate the distribution relationship.
So let's talk for a minute about how we make money. We're unlike a lot of startups in that we're actually focused on being profitable as quickly as we can. So we're going to hit the market with an MSRP of $14.99 per 4-pack, and over time we're going to increase that price to, $15.99. We're going to increase that to $16.99 and $17.99 in years 3 and 5. However, as Jacob talked about, the 3-tier system means that the MSRP isn't our revenue. The retailer buys the product from the distributor, and the distributor buys it from us, so what the distributor pays is our revenue. So while increasing the MSRP doesn't have a direct effect on our revenue, if we hold our margin, if we hold the distributor and retailer margins constant at 30%, as you can see in the right-hand graph, which is on the high side of what they're used to making on RTD cocktails, it will, by default, increase our gross profit margins. In addition, as we're able to grow, we'll be able to achieve economies of scale, which will reduce our costs on things like raw ingredients, cans, and packaging. The combination of that is going to have an outside effect on our gross profit margin, and we will be profitable on a per unit basis from day one. However, we will require outside capital because the name of the success game in packaged alcohol is brand positioning, distribution, and marketing.
Yeah, marketing is definitely of the utmost importance. And if you look at Bud Light, for example, it's not the taste that drove over 29 million barrels of volume sales last year for the brand. So in order for us to reach our target audience and really get a brand name for ourselves, we're going to invest heavily into marketing. And our target market at the beginning is going to be Austinites who enjoy cold brew coffee and adult beverages, which equates to 122,000 people. So in order to spur sales both on-premise at bars, restaurants, and venues and off-premise at liquor stores, we're going to employ a multifaceted marketing approach. We're going to conduct sampling events in order to get liquid to lips. We're going to deploy point-of-sale marketing collateral to market to customers when and where they're making their purchases. We're going to collaborate with brand ambassadors and micro-influencers in order to get our name out there. We're going to engage with digital media agencies in order to build a following and community around our brand. And then we're going to partner with aspirational Austin brands that speak to our target audience.
So where have we been, where are we at, and where are we heading? In the last several months, we've closed a successful friends and family round of financing, which has allowed us to retain a top-tier law firm and alcoholic beverage counsel. We've sourced all of our ingredients and our packaging. We've generated pre-sales with letters of intent from Austin-based retailers. We recently revamped and relaunched our website and merchandise store. So if any of you would like any of these sweet hats or shirts, you can go onto our website and purchase some. If you invest, we'll also send you one for free. We've also been working on protecting our IP. In this business, all of the recipes are trade secrets, so there's not a lot of patents or copyrights available. However, we have gotten registered trademarks on both Bold Move beverages and cold brews. We're in the final steps of negotiation with a co-manufacturer or a co-packer. And as Jacob mentioned, we've had discussions with several distributors and have had multiple discussions with Sam Glazer. This weekend, we're opening up our seed round, which I'll talk about a little bit more later. And that will give us the capital to invest in our marketing, to grow and hire a couple of people as we prepare to launch in the next several months.
And as we've geared up for our launch, we've been blown away by the reception Cold Brews has received from featured customers, investors, and industry experts alike. Although we're just getting started, we've already secured over 15 letters of interest from Austin area retailers that want to sell cold brews the second we launch. Last semester at the University of Texas at Austin's pitch competition, Texas Venture Labs, we placed first in a field of 20 competitors. We also got the opportunity to participate in the SEAL Summer Accelerator, which allowed us to hone our go-to-market strategy and make invaluable industry connections. And through our outreach efforts, we've been shouted out by publications such as Austin Inno and First Look VC that believe we can become household names in the years to come, and that's truly humbling for us. As Chris alluded to before, we continue to add industry knowledge to our team and build it up internally, and that's really serving as a major asset for us. And as we've getting closer to a launch, we're in the final stages of our testing for our commercial formula, which will allow for a smooth production run once we launch.
So as I mentioned previously, last fall we successfully closed $150,000 of friends and family financing. Many of our investors were our classmates with Jacob and I in the McCombs MBA program, who have seen us working on this, have tried our product, and believe in us. We're seeking to raise $1.5 million for our seed round, and as you can see from this, the bulk of that is going to be earmarked for marketing and to make key hires specifically in marketing and operations. While we very much believe in the taste of cold brews, as we mentioned several times, you can't be successful unless you invest in your marketing function. We believe that $1.5 million will allow us to become break-even essentially in year 3, and that we will be GAAP profitable by year 4. And to give you a little idea of what exit multiples look like in the CPG space, typical CPG brands exit for 3 to 4 times revenues. However, due to the regulatory burdens that Jacob mentioned, the multiples for alcohol brands are much more attractive, ranging from the pessimistic case of 10 times revenues, which is what Anheuser-Busch paid for Cutwater spirits, to the optimistic case of 15 times revenues, to what we call the George Clooney case of 20 times revenues, which is what Diageo paid for his tequila brand Casamigos.
Fortune favors the bold, so we hope you'll consider supporting our bold movement to bring cold brews to an outing near you. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, questions for? Yep, up there in the middle, seat in the back, in the back.
Hey, thanks, great presentation. Up front you mentioned sustainability and health benefits, but I didn't hear much about that during the talk. Can you expand on that?
Okay. Yeah, when we say better for you, we talk about our original black formula that has coffee, whiskey, and vanilla, no added carbs. So for those that are looking to get a lower calorie count, no added sugar, that's a great option for you. And from the sustainability standpoint, our packaging is completely recyclable, and we're going to be working with wholesalers in order to source our ingredients sustainably.
Yep, come back down, Eric, but up here first.
How large is the coffee market for alcoholic beverages, and how do you plan to expand it since it's really not very large today?
Yeah, no, as we kind of touched on a little bit, we predict it to be worth $100 million. That's on the conservative side. We definitely plan to add future product lines, a decaf option, an espresso martini, a horchata flavor. We have a lot of big aspirations to grow the market, and I think some people don't even know this is an option, and we could help introduce it to them.
Down here, Eric, and then back up.
Yeah, hi, hey guys. I'm just kind of curious where y'all had the idea of mixing whiskey and coffee. How did that idea come about, and how did you try your first recipes and get so passionate about it?
I don't know how much time you have. I could go on and on about that one. Well, I definitely fell in love with coffee when I started working. The traditions I had with my coworkers at American Airlines kind of planted the seed for that. And I'm a little bit of an insomniac. Sometimes I don't get the best sleep. So my friends would want to go out on Fridays after a long week of work, and I wanted to go with them. And sometimes I'd drink these really expensive espresso martinis, Irish coffees, or vodka Red Bulls, if we're being honest, and I knew there was a better way. So there was also on the West Coast too, watching NFL games. I didn't always want to start my day drinking a beer at 10 a.m., but I did want to drink with my friends. So it was kind of like a brunch drink alternative as well, and a lot of other use cases kind of became apparent as I investigated it.
Necessity is the mother of all invention, right?
Yeah, up here.
Hey, thanks guys, great presentation. Curious, I think, in terms of looking at all the previous companies, beverage companies that have come out that have been acquired obviously by a lot of the larger ones, what do you expect your customer acquisition cost to be? Because I'm figuring that's going to be one of your biggest costs, yeah?
Absolutely. We're going to be investing heavily in Austin at the beginning to have like a kind of like a pilot run of what marketing levers are really working for us, and really focusing on having high velocity so that we get the optimal shelf space both in the fridge and outside of the fridge. After that, it's going to be, obviously economies of scale are going to come about. We can partner with people that have a larger reach. We haven't estimated exactly our customer acquisition costs for Austin alone, but we have our forecast that kind of shows how the scalability kind of helps us out in the long run.
Down here, Brett.
Quick question, what does your regulatory framework look like? What licenses do you have? TABC, federal, et cetera?
Yeah, because we're not the company producing, we don't need a distilled spirits permit. Based on the co-packer that we partner with, we've kind of touched on that we're in the final stages of that. In-state versus out-of-state, there are different things that you need to do. So I can't touch on exactly what we're going to embark on, but we have the best liquor council that we can get in Austin, Texas, and we have great people to back us up and make sure we do everything the right way.
Okay, where we got one over here?
Yeah, just like we have Irish coffee, hopefully you can start and you're trying out Texas coffee. Yeah, so quick question around your kind of fundraising strategy. So it sounds like you will have a lot of consumers. Have you looked into crowdfunding, like WeFunder or Seed Invest, because those customers are likely to be your investors, right? They can be your brand ambassadors.
Yeah, so, well, this is a crowd, and hopefully we get some funding, so I don't know if this counts. No, so we've had a lot of conversations about that. We're friends with there've been several kind of ready-to-drink cocktail brands that have come out of the McCombs MBA program, including Ranch Rider Spirits and Beatbox. And we actually know the Beatbox folks pretty well, and they're actually raising a crowd fund right now on WeFunder. So we're going to kind of pick their brains once they're done and see how it goes. Our initial hesitation is, while it is easier to get more people in, it's pretty expensive. Like WeFunder, I think, charges 7%, and then places like Republic effectively charge like an 8% fee, and so we'd like to be able to utilize as much of the capital that we raise as possible.
Yep, I see, pointing to somebody, let's see. Yep. Oh, over there, sorry, and then I'll come down. Paul.
I think you mentioned that you're still working on the product formulation. Coffee can be really good or not so good. Whiskey, also, there's kind of a spectrum there. Could you talk about keeping costs low but having a really great flavor, and how you're going to balance kind of spending on great ingredients versus, just like you said, a lot of marketing, sells a lot of Bud Light, even if it doesn't taste that great?
Yeah, that's a good question. We haven't cut any corners with our formula to date. As kind of Chris alluded to in the unit economics slide, it is a little bit on the higher side right now versus what it'll be in the future. We have no plans to cut corners and do that. We do plan to maybe vertically integrate our supply chain from an ingredient standpoint in the future as well. Right now, we source the best cold brew, the best whiskey, and the best vanilla extract and oat milk that we can.
Paul?
You're raising $1.5 million, which really is that's proof of concept in Austin. So let's assume that it actually works. Okay, it's starting to get traction. Then what? What's the rest of the business plan? in terms of raising money? How do you scale to other cities and all that?
Yeah. Are you related to Isabel by any chance?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, she was our year
my
before.
daughter-in-law.
Oh, perfect. She's great. Yeah, so, yeah. Sorry, I recognize the name. Yeah.
That makes you friends and family, Paul. You get 10 extra seconds for that.
Yeah, thank you. So to answer your question, our plan is to start in Austin and really develop our playbook, as well as I mentioned Beatbox and Ranch Rider. They've been helping us kind of informally as well, and really figure out what we know and what we don't know, and then expand out from there. So I think within the first 12 months, we would probably, assuming everything goes well, expand Texas-wide. And then we would probably, our next natural markets are probably Oklahoma and Louisiana. Of course, all that's subject to change. Our advisor, Caroline, when they launched Canteen, they wanted to launch initially in 14 states, and Republic said, how about 37 states? And so we kind of have to be ready for all that. That makes fundraising a lot easier when you have a PO that says, hey, we're actually going to double your footprint. Makes fundraising a little bit easier. But that's, if things go according to our current plan, which will change in 3 months probably anyway, that's our plan.
Super. Paul, right behind you, if you would hand that back.
Just checking, you got any samples?
And so
No,
we talked
seriously.
about that. The logistics of doing it for this size crowd, or we only
Too
have
hard.
15 minutes. We will be at the showcase later, though.
Yeah.
Stop by.
Real question is, where are you? Do you have one distributor for your bourbon and your rye? Or are you using multiple distributors, especially as you scale up? How do you do quality control on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have a reliable supply of our whiskey. It's a bourbon and rye mix that's been aged for just under 2 years. Because of the IP stuff that Chris alluded to, we don't have patents or trademarks in the industry. It is a trade secret for us, but we have reliable supply of that.
Yep. Who's got the question over here? John.
Great presentation. What are some future products or beverages that you might roll out beyond the coffee?
Beyond the coffee. That's a great question. Really, the sky's the limit. Maybe some traditional ones like a margarita, but I think we'd love to do something bold, things that people have never seen before. We've thought a hard kombucha, but made with other spirits, other tequila seltzers or tequila beverages. Rum. Liqueur 43 is the alcohol that's in Acarajillo. I was down in Mexico recently, and they love them down there. I think there's a lot of opportunity to do some fun stuff that people haven't seen before.
Cool. Yep, Adam, up front. Oh, sorry. Yeah, come back up.
So as you guys think about exits, have the successful brands been regional, or do you need to be a national brand? Just
Yeah,
what's
so
your thinking on how big this gets?
Yeah,
And
so
then-
it varies. Sorry, did you have a second part of your question?
Well, and it goes to, so the marketing, does that level out over time, or can it go down just from the exit?
Yeah. So I think the marketing spend, and this is kind of based on what we've talked with some of our colleagues, is it kind of has a momentum effect. As you do more of it, you kind of get this momentum, and so you can kind of level it out and just maintain a certain amount of kind of like that marketing ROI. In terms of brands that have been acquired and if they've been regional or national, it varies. So Cutwater was primarily based in California, the AB InBev acquired. And I think that's probably why their multiple was a little bit on the lower side as compared to George Clooney, but it's also George Clooney, so yeah.
Yeah, sorry, we are out of time. Sorry, Howard. That's it for Gold Move.
Thank you.
All right, judges, if you will turn in your scores online and rank the teams from 1 to 7, and we will see you at the Marriott Marquis at 6 o'clock. Turn in your scores.
Thank you so much.
And rank the 7 teams.
Thank you.